Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? I wish there were subtitles. I don't even know how to do that. Can I turn them on? So don't they have like automatic ones? Best accidental live stream. Yeah, I hit the start streaming instead of start recording button. So I just went with it. They have subtitles you can turn on. I thought you had to have like a subtitle service or something. If I can turn that on, I will. It says closed captions, but it's like grayed out. I'll look into it more. If I can get like a service or something, I'll pay for it. For anybody who's like hard of hearing or whatever. Or just hates my microphone. It was awesome live, TA. Subtitles don't work on live. Oh. Bazinga on WeBull talking about MOASS? What the fuck? I don't believe it. Are they just talking about like the January squeeze? Good morning, Mr. Finch. In the top right hand corner of Chrome, there's three lines and a music note symbol. Click that, and there's a toggle for live captioning. I don't see any of the things you just described. Didn't YouTube disable auto translations? I have no idea. Okay. All right. I'll figure this out later. Can we at least see the mouse button? It's there. Watch the first 5 minutes of Matt Core's week ahead video. Never gonna get that time back. What mansion are you moving to? I'm not moving to a mansion. I just want to get out of my shitty apartment. Unless we MOASS today, in which case my plans will change. Fidelity's GME borrowable is 1.280 now. What the fuck? What is going on with their numbers? The chance of the gamma rep starts at 200. Let's look at OI. I mean, there's like 2,600 open interest. Oh, that's puts. Sorry. 5,000 open interest at 200. The only kind of weird gap is here at. Can you guys see that? Okay, cool. Here at 260, 270. There's a bit of a gap at 290. 300 looks great, but from 300 to 350, not a lot. And then the same goes for 350 to 400. So these are the areas where the gamma ramp is weakest, but all the way up to 250, it looks really strong. Obviously, this will change as this week begins and those options are cheaper. What I'm actually surprised about is the SPY absolutely ripping through the pre-market. It dipped right into that correction zone, and then it's just done nothing but go up. So, you know, probably another week of that. Unbelievable. Which I know a few of you were interested in taking like long-term short positions. The days when it rips the hardest are the days when those tend to be cheaper. I'm not moving this weekend, Scott, but I have to go look at places. So that's why I need like a full day off. For you, those of you that missed it, I'll mention this every day, but the members only stream this week is being moved to Sunday. They borrowed a. I mean, I don't know because I don't know if Fidelity's reporting correct numbers. Either they borrowed 250,000 shares, right? Or they borrowed several million. I mean, the number of 680 calls is just because they're cheap. I don't know how relevant that'll be. Um, if we get that high, it's super relevant. But where the fuck did I get a share of Apple? I'm hoping the members only stream is canceled. I mean, me too, but yeah, 1.28, Daniel. Maybe, yeah, it must have been a free WeBull stock, but I didn't have any like notification from WeBull about getting like a stock booster pack. If that's the case, that's the best share they've ever given me. You got the share of Apple because three of us used your Weeble referral code. Oh, okay. But that's what's weird about it is I don't think I got any other stocks. I guess I have Genworth in it. Maybe this was old. Maybe I got it like a while ago and they just put them in. Hmm. Oh, it's a promotion. Okay, cool. That's awesome. That's like that's a free share of GameStop almost. Really pre-market chart stalling. Wake up, praise VWAP, water GPU, feed secure. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Well, if I can sell it. Sometimes I can't. Oh, I can. That's exciting. If you hold the apple, people ask you about it all day. I have no intention of holding the apple. I have plenty of Apple stock. What repetitive questions are you we expecting today? I don't know. We'll find out. I'm excited for him. The T minus two for next week you wrote about in your DD. How would that play out? T plus. Why do people put minus? T plus two? So you're referring to the Tuesday following this Friday? Well, if they let the futures contract that I suspect they're holding expire, then yeah, it would fail and they would have T plus two to cover that position. Have you heard about this company called GNW? I have. They suck. Wait, the Spurt merger is tomorrow? What the fuck? I think it's just the. It's kind of relevant. I bet you got asked about seller boxing about 15 times today, even though the price of GME has never been that close to that low. Fidelity's still a good brokerage, right? Yeah, I mean, they are. What happens if someone doesn't cover a T plus T? Margin called? Or are they probably liquidated? And if they were putting that much risk on the people they borrow margin from, I would imagine it would not be taken kindly. It says new chicker starts trading on 9:15. Well, that's fun. Spurt has not determined the merger date yet. Okay. So is Gree just trading on 9:15 and then Spurt hasn't merged yet? Because if that's a case, that's like an arbitrage play. Well, then they would have likely T plus 2 if they don't get margin called immediately, Pagnia. Bat Bomber, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, dude. I appreciate that, man. So I think they're not. There's a possibility that it's not getting moved super hard in pre-market because there's not that much liquidity. But I expect them to run it as hard as they can by open in order to price out the options or at open. I mean, that's the correct strategy. But at this point, it's hard to tell if they've just given up. Any specific reason Credit Suisse contingent coupon callable yield notes would be of any significance? They could be. That's interesting. Hmm. I have to look into that. What date and price points are your calls for the XPXS and SQQQ at? I have them kind of all over the place. I have on the SQQ, I have them out for next quarter, which is December. And those are at $8. And same for SPXS at $25. And then TLT, I have 145 puts for December 17th. And a couple for this week. The Credit Suisse prison theory starting to take shape. It always does. Absolutely. I can't imagine them just giving up. I know you hate high tide, but I have calls and earnings is coming up. What do you see in the chart? Oh. Doom Gnome. It's going up. Earnings will probably suck, so I would look to play it until I would look to get out before the IV crushes after earnings. That's usually the ideal time to exit an earnings play like that if you have calls going into it. Um, if it keeps running, I guess a test at 8 is possible. I would watch that pretty strongly for a turnaround. If it breaks through, you've got a little bit of range. It could hit 10. Or it could at least test 10. Disneyland today for the wife's birthday. I love her, but please press that MOASS button today and give me a reason to bail. Thanks for all you do. I'll try to, Idaho Beef. Tradable date 9/29/21. Settlement date 10/4. Look on SEC website. It's a scam, I think, but I'm smooth. Okay. I'll look into it. Thanks, Jack. Can you DM me all that? That would be greatly appreciated. I already ate breakfast. I had some like granola, yogurt. Yeah, their earnings are their earnings are going to be pretty shitty. So yeah, you don't want to be in high tide afterwards, I don't think. I'm not sure if a weed company's ever had good earnings. At least not on paper. I think you missed a new billionaire. What? Did I? Bat Bomber became a Long Johnson. I thanked him. Thank you again, Bat Bomber. This channel's got me bricked up today. I mean, yeah, if Spurt's going to be delisted by 9/14, the shorts would probably need to cover. Oh, you upgraded? Oh, dude, thank you so much. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, the Streamlabs thing doesn't always pick up upgrades. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. Thank you so much, man. Oh, is DFE gagged? I mean, as far as I know, the reason for DFE's silence was that he got sued by I think the brokerage he worked at, or that was what I had heard. Even though he wasn't a trader and in no way involved with their trading floor or anything like that. I think they were just pissed that he didn't tell them about the play. Is my guess, but I think he designed like educational materials for them. So fill your heart with warmth every time you hear that Andrew Mo money sucks. I have no idea if he's even heard it. The viewers to like ratio is embarrassing. If you guys could drop a like, it's a huge help, especially before market open, as it gets new people in here getting their questions answered. And with all the positive sentiment in the media, there's probably a lot of new people floating around. They could watch me, but YouTube's going to direct them to Matt Kors. or wrench capital. Option prices reduce when IV goes low. Yes, that would be why exiting the contract before IV down, getting them when IV is low is the way. Yes. Yeah, yeah, that's you got the gist of it there, Windmill. Share the link to Twitter. I could do that. Is that a thing? Yeah. Look at me go. Tweet. I don't have that many followers on Twitter. I thought I saw Mo Money. I think that was just someone trolling. I don't think that was actually Mo Money. I'm embarrassed about the fact that I used to watch Wrench Capital. I'd rather new people watch you, but my resolve is to thumbs down every day until MOASS. Thanks, Triva. I appreciate your candor. Daily only, Jason. Those don't mean a lot on like the 1 minute. Especially the longer term moving averages, those mean nothing on the 1 minute time scale. Do you like Burry? I mean, as an investor, the guy's a fucking genius. But as a person, he's a weirdo. He also has an ego even larger. Of course, I don't like him as a person. Smoother, thank you so much, bro. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I'll look into that more after the stream. Man, that guy on SS last night railing you about giving credit was insane. Is that normal for you? Yeah, I deal with that all the time. I usually just block him. Sometimes I'll argue with him a bit first. It's my birthday today. Friday was supposed to be my anniversary, but my wife never came home from work. Shitty weekend. Can you do me a solid and slap that MOASS button today? Thanks, man. I'll try, man. I'm not gonna hit that MOASS button until it's time. But sorry, you have to move to Philly. I'm not moving to fucking Philadelphia. Does WeBull have IV somewhere? Yeah, you can see it in the options chain. Does it have like an IV indicator? No. Usually you have to get a paid service for those. Thanks, man. Ooh, they're doing the things I expect them to do. No, Jack Black's not my father. That would have been awesome. What's the situation with CBV up? I have to wait because TradingView does not update pre-market data until 9:45. But we'll find out. I would imagine with the move this morning, Jason, that we're gonna see at least a touch of the outer signal line, or the inner signal line rather. Yeah, I know. Jack Black's mom worked for NASA. Should we Supreme Pontificate VWAP members on Ko-Fi yet? No. One of the conditions of somebody becoming a Supreme Pontiff of VWAP, McCune, is that I immediately stop the stream and take the day off. So you're saying you're not Jack Black, just a tribute. That's correct. What are your thoughts on people moving their shares to computer share? Jacob Gilliam, I've been over this 100 times. I'm not putting my fucking shares in there. If other people want to, they can be my guest. Thoughts on 250? Well, I'd like to see it, Tim. Thanks, Titty Titty Bang Bang. We love you. Hey, ho, Titty Titty Bang Bang, Titty Titty Bang Bang loves us too. You should call it every price. Act like you predicted it every time it hits. Don't forget a southern sling blade accent. I usually use IBKR and WeBull for options trading. CT hockey. WeBull has surprisingly good fill for options because it's BNY Mellon and they're a huge bank. But IBKR is really good too. I hate trading options on Fidelity. It's annoying and slow. Hopefully they're fixing a lot of that soon. Monsieur Sloth, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for the support. Hit me up on the Discord and I will get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over. What time on the 17th are they supposed to cover by? I believe 6:15 p.m. Eastern.
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires. We ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo Money sucks.
I want to use WeBull, but I'm skeptical of their security. I mean, I wouldn't use them to hold GameStop. They are Chinese software. I don't know too much about their security. I mean, they have like two-factor authentication. They have, the basics at least. I would say they're more tech focused than a lot of other brokerages, so their cybersecurity might be better, but it might not be. I can't really speak on that. They don't pay me, so I'm not gonna. BNY Mellon has 4 million puts hiding in Brazil. They might go bust. That's interesting. Puts on GameStop. I don't give a shit if they go bust. I only have like a really small percentage of my GameStop and WeBull. I like their charting, but I don't trust them. Hope you enjoy your new place. Thanks for your DD, even on moving weekend. I haven't moved yet. I haven't even found a place. I went and looked at some places this weekend, but they sucked, and I wasted a bunch of my time. I just noticed SPXS has new November or December options listed in the chain. Really? I'm pretty sure I have December quarterlies. I have to look, but are they Januaries? Hold on. What the fuck did I buy? Oh, I don't have anything. Did I not fill? Yeah, right now it looks like I only have them for the 17th of this month. Hold on, I gotta pick some of these up. Jack Stocks, thank you so much for becoming a member, dude. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Long Johnsons, bro. Okay. I have a few. See if the rest of this fill. I was gonna tip you yesterday on your weekly TA video, but I don't want to spoil your video in the stream. You didn't mean to do. Here's my FTD. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. The spy's choppy, but it didn't even fall below VWAP there. J Reed 9001. Thank you for becoming a billionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Thanks for the support, man. I've offered them one share. Did Spy fall below VWAP? What was I looking at? Oh. Whoops. Spy did fall. What the hell was I looking at? I was looking at the SPX or Spurt. SPXS. Yeah, so Spy doesn't look good at all, as a matter of fact. My bad. This might be a little too important today. Yeah, you have to agree to like a thing before they'll let you buy triple leveraged ETFs. Petition to make Sanjit a billionaire. I can't do that. There's no way for me to like make people zillionaires. YouTube doesn't let me give out memberships or anything. It's not like Twitch where you can like give that away. Just kind of stupid. Would you liquidate other positions to add more to GME? I mean, no, because I already have plenty of GameStop. Far more than I ever intended to buy. What's even stupider is members still have to watch ads on YouTube. That is fucking stupid. Why don't you download an ad block? Not that I should be the one suggesting that, but I'm suggesting it. It's in my DD from yesterday nights. If you uh, look down in the description, there's a link for my weekly DD. You can check all the information out on that over there. That or at least my opinion on it. What are your thoughts on 917 195s? I have a bunch of them. There's that. I like them. No problem, Bob Lewis. Oh, she's a good communicator. I don't know. I mean, I don't think MOASS is necessarily this week world eater, but I think the potential for it is higher. Like, obviously, like finding shit out doesn't change the timing of it. SLD should cause more dip before monthly expiry, yes. Possibly. What's up, Billy? Hope it's MOASS Monday. The only GME option I can afford is 917 680. Plan on selling it Wednesday after we go up a little bit more. Do you know who Nathan Tankus is? No. You doing like a Bart Simpson? Dapper Dan? Potential energy is exciting energy. Just a little upset to watch it all come crashing down. Guybrush for the double bottom. What's your correction zone for the SPY? It's down here at 445.50. Very close. BTC not running. It's up. I mean, it's up 1.5% is a decent amount up. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. Ooh. We're getting all that liquid capital from the SPY dump. Nathan Tankus is a self-taught Fed policy, somewhat expert that has gained a lot of respect from traditional academia. Kind of reminds me of you in a good way. Interesting. That's why you stay away from trading GME, I'm assuming. Yeah. Is there a reason no particular price targets were given in your weekly today? Could it just be that crazy of a week? Yeah. Also, there's nothing to base like a forward-looking price pattern off of because they've never delayed the futures rollover before. I just want 917 220s, so you push the button now. 2024 calls to the chain. Interesting. I'm new here. Anybody mind explaining the history of the Dans? You can go over to our subreddit, our Dillionaires, and read the history of the Dans, part 1, 2, and 3. Gospel of the Dans. Oh, God. Or alternatively, you can block them all and have a much more peaceful chat. Any idea what the real official number of shares available to borrow is? How many already borrowed? I actually have no idea. Because I can't tell if Fidelity is just misreporting or if the short hedge funds have borrowed millions of shares. Just trying to get my head around the weekly. If they still need to trade 190 million volume, does that mean 7 million shares they could get out of nowhere? Nowhere. They could have got nowhere near enough for this cycle. Yeah, I think it wouldn't be enough. I don't personally think the institutional offerings that were available this cycle were enough for them to cover, but we'll see. Jay, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate that, man. Hit me up over on the Discord, DM me, and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream is over. Bob Lewis, go read my DD from yesterday. No, everything's going good, Tiger. You think MM are using ETF creation redemption to generate the required number of shares to cover this cycle? No, but I do think they have used ETF creation and redemption for other things. Just hopping on the other side of the fence, Jantra. I told you guys that like one of the first signs of us possibly going into MOASS is going to be that the media starts writing more and more positive articles about GameStop. That's on 917 VXX $30 calls. Interesting. I mean, you really need the VIX to spike for those to print, but it could happen. Kind of a short time frame. Meatball is Ken Griffin. About to become a YouTuber, but all I do is day trade AMC. I'm sure there's an audience for that. I mean, if there's a market crash before MOASS, um, Albricus, I think that GameStop could go down pretty hard. I mean, maybe below 100, maybe even lower. Long Johnson tune in your DM. Also visceral for mod. Oh. Not very aggressive with the graphics. Yeah, just not in the mood yet. The float is huge. Thanks, Matt, with two T's. This guy? Will you stream the crash? I don't see why not. Ooh, more up. Drawing triangles and tracking breakouts. Do you confirm it on several timescales? It depends on what, uh, like if I'm looking at long or short term. But yeah, usually not several, but like one or two for intraday trading. I'll confirm breakouts on like the 1 and the 5 minute at most. Sometimes I'll look at the 15. Have you streamed the crash? Oh, I thought he meant the market crash. Long dancing. I'd stream the market crash. I'm not streaming any of MOASS. I regret buying a share of Sprint this morning. Given an assumption that the Fed will issue loans to the DTCC, does it stand to reason that MOASS may in fact be allowed to be first to collateralize the bank's market? It's possible. Shh, don't tell anybody. Will you do dailies on SS during MOASS? No. Will you tell me I'm pretty? Is that what you need to hear, Carl? Yeah, I'm gonna hold 10% of my shares just to see what happens, Bob. What will feel best, being rich or being right all along? It's being rich, ain't it? It is. Have you seen the crypto shenanigans going on currently? Everyone's very focused on this. What's happening? Nice little pump and dump on Bitcoin. Fun stuff. Why would I check Litecoin? Same thing. I mean, every crypto just tracks Bitcoin. Unless it doesn't. It's not approved for options. They took a hot glance into at GME in my account and said nope. That's probably not why, Andrew. Daniels. I don't care. So rejected at 200. 200 is still going to be a struggle. SPY jumping again. Dans are ready and prepared to fire the Dan. Thank you, Zool. I have SQQQ for 8, Triangle Well, and SPXS for 25. This ramp pretty much all hinge on the cyclical covering happening when they roll, or do you think it's possible the logs could push it without that happening? I don't think the longs are going to push it. I think the ramp is there purely to capture the buy pressure from short side. That's the first indicator of correction. Games and gains. Like that. What about for people that are colorblind? How about I do that? So you can see the blocks. That seems better. Does the 1 trillion bank reserve mandate on October 1st go to affect GME or SQQQ? It could. Oh, that's awesome. The blocks are the number of shares at the same price. So it just like compartmentalizes the order book. See, red volume candles below big green price candles. When? Like what time scale? That may give me a seizure. Yeah, I can see this being like a bit much for people. On the 1 minute? I don't see any red candles with red volume. Like, the volume bars are green. If the candle's green. It could just be that the candle closed up, but the majority of the volume was red. I don't know what the hell you're looking at. No, Kathy didn't dump her Tesla. Did she? That's her, like largest asset. Can you explain some of the driving factors? The spy dying today. I did in my DD. Oh, no, I didn't. I skipped them. All kinds of shit. Fucking inflation. The market is super overvalued. There's issues with the Chinese market and their bonds. Tapering by the Fed. Pick a thing. There's something wrong with it. It's all over Reddit as Kathy dropped Tesla. I can't believe that. Oh, maybe she did. Is she conceding that Burry was right? Is that what's happening? Burry heard it first. I mean, 110 million isn't a lot of Tesla. Like, that seems blown out of proportion. It was at like what, 730 a share. That's only like 150,000 shares, which is nothing. Sold 0.5% of her Tesla position. Ooh, rough. The Fed tapering, hipster boy, is essentially they're going to stop using their asset purchase program to invest in the market. So they're not going to prop the market up anymore. Or, well, they're going to stop. They're going to start pulling back from propping up the market. Yeah, I know Burry's back on Twitter. I am the original Dan. I am the first, and all Dan power flows through me. I have fully ascended. Now Kenny G will learn the true power of the eldest Dan. All right, Daniel Taylor. Friday is quad wishing. Yeah, she barely sold any. Thoughts on Burry's new Twitter pic? I didn't see his Twitter pic. Did he change it? What's the crash zone? Below 400. When does a bull flag become invalid? When it breaks the lower resistance line. I already covered that, kumquat. Why would I have a prediction for inflation numbers tomorrow? I'm not a fucking economist, Ryan. Inflation over 9,000. Sure, that sounds good. If we enter the first zone correction for the SPY, we should start seeing massive sell-offs. Not necessarily. The first zone of the SPY is just a correction indicator. The actual correction comes at a much lower price, like 436-ish right now. Short attack, maybe. Market's also just not looking good right now. Matt DeLeo, thank you so much for coming to Cornishon, dude. How do you determine correction zones? Previous support and resistance. SPY gonna hit an all-time high today for no reason. Possible. Oh, Ryan, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. You already won, weren't you? Welcome back. I appreciate the support, man. Thank you so much. If you need me to add you again on the Discord, let me know, but you should be hooked up already. EWMC slumping towards an all-time low. Cool. Maybe I'll buy more. Maybe not. I know you're not an economist, but I don't live in America. Do you feel inflation every day in prices? I mean, you do, but it's variable across different industries, right? I mean, prices are definitely still up. So I would say inflation numbers are going to at least come in higher than expected yet again. But it's transitory. Yeah, by nature. It's like saying the sky is blue. Ader ripping. Okay. I mean, I know about it. I just don't care. Spunky. I don't want to chase every stock that's ripping in the market. And I think it's like more of a pump and dump than anything else. So still waiting on my mom to Venmo me $5 so I know what it's like to be Cornishon for a month. Oh man. Yeah, I see BTC's coming down. I need Carl to chug some ambergris. Ugh. Can you explain the banana? I don't know. This is like an image I found. Tomorrow, Ascendant Pickle. I would join, but I have 34 cents to my name. Don't worry about it, man. A like and a subscriber more than enough, dude. I know you don't like Elliot. I didn't say I don't like Elliott wave theory. I just don't like people who do Elliott waves. Like pattern analysis. I think it's garbage. Especially, well, mostly on GameStop. I don't think GameStop's the place for it. A nice bounce off the 200 MA. Why do I have that open? Oh, whatever. We bounced on it. That's cool. It's the play, not the game. I mean, Elliott waves. I don't think they're the best signal to trade on. I know people who use them exclusively, but the stocks they trade them on are, they work well on. GameStop is not one of those stocks. Looking for crosses? No, not on the day, not on the 1 minute Zakir. Next, can we get the MACD? I don't know. I think it's open from the TA I was doing on the SPY. But yeah. I mean, shit, it worked. It means nothing, but it worked. Right up the boofer. You're really fired up today, Daniel Taylor. You need to calm down. We're setting up a Head and Shoulders. It looks like it. All right, Elliott waves. Yeah, Elliott waves are more of an indicator of sentiment, market psychology, and that doesn't really factor into a lot of what goes on with GameStop. So most of the trading done on GameStop is like institutional short sellers trying to unwind their bullshit position. Why is your favorite indicator? Oh, Jesus. After the January sneeze? You mean the gamma squeeze? Do you think there was ever a point where the shorts actually... I hate it when people use terminology like that. Just call it what it was. The upper hand or the chance to win this and avoid annihilation. No, they didn't have the upper hand. they had an opportunity to cover a little bit down at 40, but if they'd started, the price would have just shot right back up again. Like FOMO and market interest was way too high at that point for them to do anything. They effectively had their hands tied. Which we saw, at the end of February. What do you think about 230s for this week? I mean, I have some 240s and 220s. I don't know. 230s are interesting, I guess. I'm gonna have to open up that MA again. It moved. It's so weird. It's not my file, Jess. You see shorts are in the process of seller boxing before DFV and RC caught them off. I mean, DFV didn't stop that process, right? RC might have, but like, no. For seller boxing to occur, the stock. I covered this in my DD yesterday, but the stock has to be like sub a penny. So it has to be like like tens to hundredths of a cent for them to start effectively seller boxing it. So even though they may have been trying to get GME to those levels, it had not occurred. So it's not really super relevant, except in the fact that like they naked shorted the stock a bunch, which we already knew. Take a quick look at Ader. I don't know what you want me to look at. It's just like a pump and dump. It's running. Like a little bit. It's got some room to the upside. It could break if it breaks 20. It's got resistance at 25. Then at 30, 35, 40. So pretty much every psychological level, you'll have to watch for a turnaround. Yeah, it doesn't mean seller boxing wasn't their end goal. It's just that it never got to that point. I mean, I don't think the government's really focused on the capital gains tax loaner X1. I'm sure that they're just yeah, no problem, Daniel. I'm sure that it's they're far more worried about the impact on the market, if anything. How many shares are available today from Fidelity? It was 500,000 this morning, and then 1.2 million reported. The last anybody said anything about it. The degree to which they're profiting off the bid-ask spread may be greater than we realize. Why would it be greater than we realize? I mean, that's what market makers do. They profit off of arbitrage. The point is they can't pull the same thing when the stock price is this high. Like so they can't profit off of the bid ask in the same way, Luke. Did you ever take a look at CVV Web? I didn't. I meant to. The famous linguist once said that of all the phrases in the English language, of all the endless combination words of words in all of history, that cellar boxing is the most beautiful. Drew Barrymore, probably. Thank you, Chucky Seki. I appreciate that. Um, it's very interesting. Yeah, we don't really have any significant arbitrage showing yet. Where you get the actual number of unfidelity, you have to initiate like a short sale order box, and then it'll tell you. You don't have to actually create a short sale. You just have to like plug in an order, and it'll show it to you. Do you think Citadel will still be around post MOASS? Like, will they survive this? I don't know. Probably not. Solar Boxing DD, which wasn't new, came up months ago, gave a lot of confirmation bias because the short hedge fund tactics used were used on GameStop, i.e., internet bashing, etc., etc. Yeah. True Barrymore. Other than volume this week, what other signals would let us know they're covering the future rollovers? Volume. And then also volume. I mean, I think they're starting to understand that VWAP disciple. I prefer to get my financial advice from Drew Barrymore. I know she's like into the raw milk movement. Don't ask me how I know that, but are you getting ready to intraday wedge right now? Sure. Thoughts on why they wouldn't push the price at open to squeeze out cheaper options to the ramp? I mean, they started to push the price at open, but I'm gonna assume that the downturn in the market kind of fucked that up. Yeah, raw milk, like unpasteurized. Is seller boxing different from the bankruptcy jackpot we already knew about months ago? I like kind of. It's something they do before the company's actually like dead and delisted. Because like at that point, there's no way the company's not going to become bankrupt, right? So they can just profit off that bid ask spread until like the company actually fails. You vaccinated? Yeah. What a weird question. How personal. Hey, tell me about your medical history. The fuck? Yeah, it's just an arbitrage scam. Dylan, it doesn't matter when they cover. How good is your 5G connection now? Fucking amazing. Let us know more about your immunization records. Thanks, Craig. I'm sorry to hear that, Mikos. Checking pigeon whale chat. What's happened? What are you guys doing now? Oh no. Are you doing a bit? I mean, I love this song. Oh, you're doing the vortex. Ah. Oh, God, Dan's are filthy. That was wrong. I see you've spent some time behind the Wendy's dumpster there. Yeah, the pigeon wheels are doing a thing. They're doing a bit. Well, the stock turned green, so I'm not going to complain. My doctor's named Dan. You need to get a new doctor, Triva. What about Ortex? Chakiseki? Is irritable bowel syndrome hereditary? I don't fucking know. Why did your order book change colors? Because people were complaining. Specifically, one person was complaining. I really don't like the green red. I kind of want to go back to the blue. Yeah, inflation reports tomorrow. Is irritable Dan syndrome hereditary? Switching back to blue. Yeah, our price action was way better before I switched the order book. As a matter of fact, IBS is largely genetic, however, specific variations, i.e., Crayons and ulcerative colitis, are not. Interesting. think that banana's bad luck. He's not. You have to wait for the intraday cup and handle to play out before we can make any determinations. If no market crash happens in September, October, could we have another bull run into next year? It's possible, Ricardo. What's my favorite color? I don't know. Neon green or baby blue? Are you 42? No. What the fuck? Rude. I had the distinct misfortune of watching a Matt Kors video, and he legit talks to his viewers like he's starring in Blue's Clues. We've discussed this before. Matt Kors is the Blue's Clues of the stock market. Well, that's because like when he finds out something and tells his audience about it, it's both of their first time learning that thing. Right? So it's like a shared learning experience. I'm not subbed to Matt Kors. I haven't. That was literally the last time I watched a video on YouTube, and it was like 4 months ago. Tim. Matt Kors, Dumb Money Short Bus Classroom. I think we're beautiful and growing together. Thanks, Michael Rake. I appreciate that, man. 10:45. Spy's coming back up over VWAP. You don't watch your old videos? No. Why the fuck would I do that? It's weird. What kind of narcissist do you think I am? Any chance for spurt? I don't know. It's looking better. It looks like it just moved with the market a bit. Options flow looking? That's a good question. $2 million in September 17th 200s. So far, 11 million in calls coming in today. 4.4 million in puts. Looks like a lot of 195s, 210s, 200s. Some larger positions moving in at 140. A few 220s, not many. Like 400 more OI at that strike. I think the interesting thing is the number of in the money calls coming in. Someone's buying in institutionally, it looks like. Girk is the fun kind of narcissist. What the fuck does that mean? Did you find a new house or did you waste your time again? I just wasted my time. I'm gonna go look at a couple more after the stream today. What indicators are you using? Right now I just have VWAP and the EMA 2060 open. Should probably put the 120. Oh, I don't like that. Gender rock. I think that's because people misconstrue confidence and self assuredness as narcissism and arrogance. The one with the leaks. There's nothing luxury about my New York apartment. Does anyone have a pickle juice? I just came back from Backcourse stream. Does anyone have a pickle juice I can use in my eyes and ears so I can unsee and unhear all of that nonsense? No, unfortunately we don't. You'll have to get some yourself. That's exactly what a narcissist would say. Nice new pick. Euro Gorilla. Internal Controls Provision Section 13B of the Securities and Exchange Act 1934. Interesting. When should I sell my stocks and hoard cash for the crash? It's a good question, X. Spur merger is supposed to close after hours tomorrow. Do you think the shorts would have to cover before then? Any thoughts on Spur? Sorry. I know this is Jamie. I don't know what's going to happen there. There's a 60% short position. They're delisting the stock, so theoretically it should rip unless they've covered it. There's a chance they've covered, though. Thanks, you on Disciple. What more shit in the pigeon wheel chat? A second one? You trying to dethrone Carl? Is that the song from Frozen? Oh, God. What if I started? Uh, what would the reason would you give to hedge funds not closing rollover over their futures? Are they hoping we think the cycle is broken and we sell? Thanks. I mean, maybe they were hoping for that to happen before it's due. Velvet Jupiter, but I mean, if they don't, they're probably in pretty deep shit. Level 6, I think you've gotten some things mixed up there. How many members do you think will have alcohol poisoning before MOASS? I don't know. I try to... I try not to think about it. Yeah, why is no one venting the bottle? That's such an important aspect of the chugging of a bottle, is venting it. Old man of culture. Think we test 200 today? I think a lot of things could happen today, Sammy Davis. 50 or Sammy Daisy 56. I'm trying to overdose on THC, but it's not working. Good luck with that. When you start chugging, then you can speak on how to chug. I'm just doing the technical analysis, man. I have something for you on the Discord. Is it pretty? Tell me it's pretty, and I'll look at it. What is that? I don't know. It's disgusting, Daniel Taylor. I'm not putting that on my stream. I'll frighten away my viewers. It's a Super Saiyan Dan. Puts on pigeon whale livers, calls on veterinary practices, focusing on marine life. Thank you, eggs. A straw? You just like drop a straw in the bottle so you don't get so much air pressure, and you gotta open the throat up more. Come on, you're a Dan. You should know how to open your throat. Put it on stream. I won't. How many bottles did you need to chug to reach Matt Core's level? I've day traded drunk like twice, and I was very successful both times. It really gets me in the zone. You and Houston Wade are great role models. Frightening, I know. That is kind of frightening. Do you think a pigeon whale sounds like that? I mean, he is a pigeon whale, and he does sound like that, so yes. Be lying if I said I wasn't starting to get wine chugging FOMO. Just share it on the general chat then. That's fine. I feel like the bid-ask spread is tighter the last couple of weeks. It's not. The spread's still really wide. Definitely not John the Freeze. What's my dream car? One that's paid off. You think Matt Corus can day trade? No. Have you seen Matt Corus trade? He's lost more money on Tesla than I've made on it, which is a lot. How is anyone checking the USA right now? It's only 4 p.m. here. Well, it's, 11 a.m. here. What do you think of Charlie's vids about the seller? I think Charlie's vids is a nut job. So I don't really care about his, I don't care about his opinion on anything. He just sensationalizes shit and spreads conspiracy theories, which makes us all look like nut jobs. And then, when legitimate investors look into GameStop, they don't get a good view of the actual theory behind the play. They just think we're all fucking crazy. Charlie doesn't need any more Adderall. Pickle, why did we go straight up with no volume? Because why not? Theta Gang thanks Matt for his service. That's an actual nut job. I feel he misrepresents my community. Have you ever day traded on Addy? No. 9/11 deviation. Where's he trying to tie recent media focus on? Yeah, 9/11 on the 20-year anniversary. It's a little too weird for me. Like, come on, bro. I mean, yeah. Yes, buy. You're buying Credit Suisse, Jacob Wilson? It's a weird investment right now. Well, I'm glad you were able to pick some up. As a New Yorker, do you feel people fetishize 9/11 remembrance, or is that just me? I don't know about that, but it was definitely different here than it was in the rest of the country. I was in high school at that time. I was like a freshman in high school. My high school wasn't that far from the trade center when it happened. Computer share should have specified. Oh, I don't give a shit. What's it like placing orders with like a 20-minute delay? I have puts on CS because I thought they would fold by now. My father was in the building. Did he make it out? I had a lot of friends whose parents were in the building when that happened. No, Tom Tom. Jean-Claude Van Damme. Welcome to the Pigeon Whales, sir. We haven't had one of those in a while. Thank you so much. I appreciate the membership. A coup to you. And of course, your epic soundbite. Praise be to VWAP. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Dan has ascended. Riku. Are you even gonna bother to get a luxury car post MOASS? I mean, sure. Like, I'll buy nice cars. I just, like, I don't care about cars that much. In a world. Oh, it's fucking great. Will you stream MOASS and just a 24/7 stream of a pigeon whale pick and that sound on repeat? You mentioned an early run as a strategy to outprice options. Still waiting for that to play out. I mean, there's already 15 million more options bought at the 17th this morning. So, I mean, if they were going to do that, they should have done a better job at it. They kind of fucking fucked that up. You gonna flex with watches? I mean, I'll probably get like a nice watch. What's stopping the NYSE halting GME during the squeeze? Brokers turning off the buy button or any other corrupt bullshit? That's my primary concern. Absolutely fucking nothing. Besides sentiment and trust. But those are important to them. I don't think they'll try to turn off the buy button twice. I think they played that card. Your school evacuated? Not evacuated, but we got sent home. A scale of 1 to fucking terrifying. How bad was it? I mean, I wasn't terrified. It was freaky, I guess. We went and like my school went and like volunteered, handing out like water and stuff. Like the next few weeks, you could like volunteer and you would get like credit for your classes while you were volunteering. So I did that for a little bit. There's like supplies and medical stuff and water for like the firefighters and stuff that were the other volunteers that were on the scene. I probably shouldn't have done that, but as it was not pretty. Do we want them to roll the futures? I mean, I kind of want them to roll them, but that's just because I have a giant greedy options play. But no, ideally they would fail, right? Rollovers cause buy-ins under normal circumstances, or the shorts got themselves a particular scenario in which buy-ins is required, where it normally isn't. I think they've definitely got themselves in a particular situation with the buy-ins. That's not. I mean, yeah. Normally, if you have like a futures short position, then you have to cover whatever the loss on the contract is before you can roll it forward. Could be those audio files. All most of the audio stuff was made by Dancan, Idaho, and Bendy Shaft. I lived in the city. Yeah, I saw the second one hit. I didn't see the first one hit. I was in class. Sorry if you answered this, as I have to jump in and out because of work. What happens if they haven't rolled futures yet, but they don't? They let them expire. Well, then they have to cover the entirety of the contract. Pagny. Best bagel place in New York City. Um, some of the ones in Brooklyn are really good. They vary depending on what you like. How wild would it be to have my 410 spy print? Pretty wild. Oh, Sanjeet. Hello, Sanjeet Mohinder Patel. Good day to you too, and best regards. Favorite charitable organization? I don't believe in charity. Not that I don't believe in helping people. I just don't believe in structured charities. I think they're a scam. Son of a bitch. Yeah, spies in the correction zone. Yeah, I know, Charles. September 17th could be nothing. I kind of cover that in my DD that all of the action I theorize would be completed by the 22nd, if it happens. If not, then back to the drawing board. Let's use fibs to find correction zones. No, I don't use fibs. I don't like them. My buddy says DFE's joining the stream today. Yeah, it's just hard to WeBull won't let me line the purple box up with that white line, but they should be lined up. What do you use to find correction zones? Previous support and resistance levels, Stefan. Also, you can do like volume by price analysis as well to find out where like at what price levels the stock is the weakest. 2700 sell wall. Yeah, it's holding us up a little bit. That's fine. Curious, we have never seen DFE and Sanjeet in the same room together. Working nights, haven't been able to watch. Thanks for keeping up the good work. Awesome. Thanks, Ryan. I don't know, level 6. There's I mean it can drop pretty far. We'll have to see. It's entered the correction like indicator. Um and we'll see if it's able to bounce back out of it or if it stays in it. This really isn't a correction yet as much it is a signal of like strong bearish divergence. Oh god, 3 bottles? Is there a third one? I don't know if I want to see this. Oh no. Oh, nice. Got the straw. See how much easier that is? What the? I think this is bad. This is too many. Darth Dan, Cardinals, and Pickles and VWAP. Yeah, the straw definitely makes it easier. Yeah, I don't know if you can do the vortex thing if you have the straw. The vortex thing works if you're just like you can't create any section on it if you're trying to create like the vortex. I know way too much about this. I'm gonna shut up. I'm not gonna say I haven't slammed bottles in my day. I've slammed some bottles. I'm too old for that shit now. Evergrande looking to go belly up, maybe. First time watcher, already glad I'm not constantly reminded to like, subscribe, join, etc. Thank you. Hey, Michael Rake, don't forget to like and subscribe though, dude. Express running with GME? Could be. YouTube algorithm is hiding your channel and stream from me today. Never had this happen before. Yeah, someone said I was like shadow banned or something. That's fine. Vortex easier allows for air to flow upwards and fill the negative pressure, allowing more flow of the liquid. Fun. Third bottle seems like a cry for help. It made me sad. Well, he is a Dan. You know, they're basically their existence is a cry for help. Any thoughts on Glass Castle yet? Yeah, it's fun. That's a fun theory. How do you identify support levels and resistance levels? Simplified. Areas where the stock has found support or resistance in the past, ideally with the more significant amount of volume, the better. But I like pizza with mushrooms, onions, sausage, and green pepper. That's a good pizza, Grizz. This is not a bad set of toppings. If it's not done right, though, it can get a little soggy, which I don't like. I think you had fun in college. I had fun after college. I didn't have any fun in college. After your move, what cast member of the Jersey Shore are you most excited to hang out with? Fuck you, Fluffy-osa. Kirk Rates pizza. Olives are definitely an underrated topping. Especially if you get some olives that actually have flavor as opposed to just like canned black olives. Just a day with migraines, runny nose, and body aches. This is all for the lady view up. I'm doing right, hand. I've seen some shit today, but I'll be okay. I have a request for a new addition to the Pickle Pantheon, Lady Vup. Violet upside potential. I'll think about it, Chakuseki. Can you dress up as Nacho Libre if we're still streaming on Halloween? No. I tried a new pizza place in downtown Chicago on Saturday called Robert's Artisan Style. Met the owner. He's from Brooklyn. It was really good. Huh. That's on the movie Tax Collector. Haven't seen it. Shout out to Jack Stonks for providing Girk with the Glass Castle DD and Credit Suisse contingent coupons. My therapist just stood me up. That's awkward. Maybe it's like immersion therapy. What happens to spread holders after the merger if they've already covered? They just get GREE stock. Cat. Thoughts on my neighbor Terry? Sounds like a douchebag. Therapist stood you up. Sounds like it's time for some destructive behaviors. Do you find therapy helps? It's taboo where I live, but I want to try. Do you live in Boston? My buddy makes furry suits for a living. I'm sure he can make you a pigeon whale suit for Halloween. Fantastic. Tell me, get in touch with me, David. Tell me more. I'm not moving to New Jersey. Terry Crews is the only good Terry. It's true. Ben Frank, stop rehypothecating jokes from Reddit. We already contacted GameStop on Instagram and asked them about pineapple pizza. They said it's no good. They're not about it. GameStop against pineapple on pizza. Ha. If I wanted a middle-aged male to make me cry, I'd try to bond with my father. College scrub. I'm always on the edge of my seat. My wife has to go to New York City this week. Will you go to the plaza and take her to one of those fancy restaurants you keep talking about? I thought we had this talk already, Eric. Friendly reminder that we offer therapeutic massages behind the Wendy's dumpster. Any additional services are offered pro bono. Oh dear God. Okay, I kind of love this one. You need to remove the background. I'll do it. Kirk will help you make your husband jealous if you ask nicely. You're welcome, Hales. Are you getting more attention now? I hope so. The fuck? It's a damn whale. Thanks for the DD yesterday. Great posters always love your input as I feel it's most grounded out bias. Consequently, when you're jacked, I'm extremely jacked. Let's fucking go. For sure, dude. Thanks, man. You're all a bunch of danimals. So he's okay with you being a pigeon whale now? Oh, no, absolutely not. It's like weird arguments going on in the chat right now. Is it looking bullish on your TA, or is it just my perception? Today looks good for this week. I mean, we're up like 3%, so it's looking solid. Considering the market action, I'm surprised. Any update on Spurt? None so far. Seeing a couple comments on SS that inflation rate is reported tomorrow, but not much discussion of them or Postmate. Yeah, I believe it is, Jacob. RSS. Or just say Super Stunk. Stop calling it SS. It's a bad look. Stop me if you heard this before. Okay, stop. Ryan Cohen just bulls in Kirk's live stream. What a guy. Yeah, he's pretty cool. He hangs out here. Win competitive TA. Computer share is not transferring any more shares. Source dubious image on Superstack. Okay. I don't care. Why would I care about fucking computer share? Probably asked for Stefan since I did 3 bottles in an hour for the Lady Weave Up. Riku. Alright, Darth Dad. You can have a Stefan.
Welcome to the
Nader, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. Hit me up on the Discord, and I will add you after the stream to the Dillionaires Country Club. Gracias, mi amigo. That's the wrong color. Oh, that's what I do. Oh, and thank you so much for becoming a Cornish shot, dude. I appreciate that, man. Moonwind has been super quiet. Do you think we should be concerned? I'm sure he's fine. Have you noticed if you dyed your hair white, you would look like Hulk Hogan? I haven't. I don't think that's true. But thanks. Would computer share face any legal or hard accusations if they issued real shares from retail that turned out to be synthetic? I mean, pretty sure computer share already has several legal battles currently going on with people who hold shares with them. So why not? Why so dismissive of computer share? It allows you to take your shares out of the DTC. Perfect for shares you want to hold long and could potentially help MOASS start. Because I think they're a shitty brokerage and they have a terrible track record. I also don't like the idea of having a layer between me and my shares. And I feel like it's completely unnecessary, as not enough people are going to do it for it to make a difference. I have a pad, the Weeb Dan, formerly known as Kyle. It's possible, Stefan, or, who the fuck knows what Kenny's jet is doing? He probably leases it out when he's not using it. What a dumb thing to do, tracking his jet. What a fucking waste of time. Insane. No, Moonwind didn't get assigned on his covered calls. Chief Legal Officer Dan Gallagher says SEC won't ban payment for order flow. It's undoubtedly an amazing good thing for retail investors. Okay. Computer share is not a brokerage. Even worse. Don't they act as one though? Because they allow you to buy and sell shares. Why is it not a computer share? They provide you your shares on floppy disks. Did you see the super stock thesis that the 249 million float was apes, shares, and computer shares showing up? Oh, Jesus. No, but thanks for letting me know about it. I guess. Tony Bobbins agreed that the majority of super stonk posts are garbage. I mean, the majority of super stonk posts are memes, right? So there's that. Or like weird opinions. No, and you don't get the same protections you get with a normal broker. That I know. But they have to have a brokerage license in order to facilitate the buying and selling of shares, or they have to work with a broker, right? Seems like you don't like most of it. I don't. But most of it is written by people that don't have like a lot of market knowledge, right? Or experience in this. A lot of the people digging into shit over there are, new to a lot of this, I guess. But that doesn't mean good ideas don't pop up. I mean, they could come out with an NFT, but that doesn't mean they're going to like use it to trade their stock. Float's still showing up the same on Yahoo. Yeah, if it was a glitch, it would have been fixed. When will you call the Dans beautiful? Yeah, I know it did smooth. Constantly being told to say close instead of covered makes you want to drop kick someone. I mean, the whole thesis is that like they won't be closing their positions at all, right? The DTCC will. It's just a like a incorrect usage. I mean, we also call like the highest price we think it'll go the floor, which is ridiculous. When that would be like the ceiling, obviously, right? How come I can see INX on my WeBull app but not on my desktop? I'm not sure. I'm not a WeBull customer service agent. I just use it for charting. Only Dan's, no masters. The roof is the cellar. I mean, it makes sense to you because you're part of the community, Bones. But like, the terminology is not correct, right? Outside of that, like explaining that to somebody doesn't make sense. Would you agree, or would you still be in GME if MOASS wasn't possible? Not as heavily. I might like own some shares like I do other stocks, but I would not be as heavily invested as I am if I thought that MOASS wasn't a possibility. I got a link for all the idiots saying computer share is not a brokerage. Look at Discord. Computer Share Securities Corporation registered with the SEC. Seems like they are, in fact, a brokerage. Yep, broker dealer registered in Delaware. Daniel Teller is correct. Break through the glass floor sounds kind of weird. And yet, a user, they're registered as a broker dealer with the SEC. Here. Actually, Daniel, look up an updated version of this. I mean, their registration shows active, but their last filing report is showing 2010. I would want to see a more up to date, at least like 10K to confirm that. There we go. This is an application for a transfer agent. Who do they so they are registered currently as a transfer agent. Last filing was June 3rd. Do you recall the wording on GameStop's recent filings regarding computer share? That ought to be the easiest way to clear this up. I don't want to try to pull it up right now either, but you can take a look for any of them if you want. That seems a bit excessive, Lizard, but it's possible. I think the SI is closer to like 300 to 600%. Still doesn't change the fact that it'll be near impossible to sell shares through computer share during MOASS. I mean, well, the idea now is that it's like a choice you make because you don't want to sell those shares, I guess, or I don't fucking know. It's just it doesn't make any sense to me. 7K and the money calls for 917. That's good. Computer share registered as a brokerage in the London exchange still. I mean, they have to be a brokerage in some regard if they're allowing people to buy and sell stock on their platform. They either have to work with a licensed broker or be one themselves. I mean, they'll just. This is the way I look at CS. You put your stock in it, your stock goes up, you can't sell it, your stock goes back down. I think your 9/22 date could be it. Maybe. I mean, that's the furthest out I'm looking currently, based on the theories that I have. You can sell through computer share. You should really look up their terms on that. They determine when you sell, and they can sell in block orders at their discretion. So you have no control over the sale of your own stock, which I mean probably isn't the worst thing for a lot of people, as a lot of them have never sold a stock. But I'll stick with my registered US brokerages. If the future need to cover 9/22, would the normal shorts cover this week? That's possible. We're just gonna have to see how it plays out. I was pretty explicit in my weekly DD about what I think is gonna happen. I mean, yeah, okay, but like the proper way to do that would be to buy GameStop after the squeeze, right? So it's still like illogical to buy the long-term investment pre-squeeze. Especially if you expect a squeeze. Can you please give Stefan a blue stick? I'll consider that. I mean, I don't think there's any such thing as an infinity pool. So you'd have to convince me of one logical reason for that to exist. Hey, Greg, there's some confusion on Discord about whether or not a futures contract expiry requires the holder to purchase the underlying or if they just pay a settlement fee. We tried to research it, but are still confused. Okay, so if the contract expires, right? So the type of contract I think that they're using specifically, if it expires, would release the FTDs onto the market. Um, Most futures contracts can be settled with cash, but not the type that I think they're using. That's accurate. So I hope that helps. As there is a deliverable on the type of future I believe they're using. No, the quants aren't confused. Nutsaculon is not part of the quants. He is a pigeon whale. Thank you for the donation, by the way, dude. Ah, I mean, if you believe we own the float multiple times over, all it takes is people not selling enough short hedge funds to buy enough shares to reduce it to the float for the infinity pool. No, that's not how that works. Once they have enough real shares, they can be repurposed to cover other short positions. Like those shares can then be sold back onto the market, right? By the lenders. So once the lenders' return shares are satisfied, they can sell those shares, which produces more shares to satisfy more lender obligations, right? So you can't just hold 10% of the float forever and cause it to squeeze ad infinitum. Sounds like something someone hiding their quads would say. I know what they're saying, but that doesn't. Oh, if we retain over 100% of the float, that's not going to happen. Fucking maybe 10% of people are willing to put their shares in computer share. Based on like at least like the parts of the community that have reached out to me, I think most people are very unsure about it. And I haven't dissuaded them actively. I've told them, do your research, and if you determine that that's someplace you want to put your shares, you go ahead. Um, yeah, I just don't think that that's gonna. I don't think 100%. I don't think 50 million shares are gonna get registered with computer share. Say whatever you want, but that's a hard sell. Yeah, theoretically it could be possible, but I mean, then the government's just going to intervene, and there's going to be political pressure for GameStop to release shares, which they're allowed to do at any time without a vote, and the squeeze. In which case, everyone holding shares in computer shares will be that percentage of shares less wealthy. And then you get into like if you do sell shares with computer shares, do they have enough collateral to back up the price of those shares? I mean, part of the reason everyone switched to Fidelity was because Fidelity has trillions in assets. I don't know if putting reducing the float really puts that much pressure on them. Talk more about this political pressure. Is that a relevant risk? If the squeeze were to go on indefinitely, absolutely. I don't think it's that they're delusional in their bias. I just think that a lot of people are kind of lost and don't really understand the mechanics or anything. And so when they see things that are, heavily upvoted, they think it's true. I mean, that's why I started this stream in the first place, and why I started doing all of this was because there's so much misinformation that it's hard to know what's true and what's not. Maybe. Right now I'm really busy, Bob. Like these next few weeks, I'm probably too busy to do anything like that. And yeah, I might be dismissive of things, but I have good reason to be, right? Wouldn't they do that when the squeeze reaches figures like 5, 10K? Not necessarily, right? I mean, if GameStop were to release shares during the squeeze, I'm sure they'd want to achieve the maximum possible profit off of them. And if they do have, information on how many shares outstanding there are, then there's a good chance that they'll hold, right? Has this been the longest squeeze ever? Absolutely not. This isn't even the longest play ever. Burry had his short position for fucking years in '08. Go like 2005 is when he first started moving into that position. DFV started buying GameStop in like 2019. Can we circle back to you helping me with my homework? Where do you start drawing your lines for penance when we have MOASS? I have problems with that. Bastion, go check out the spurt video from a couple weeks ago in my stream clips playlist. That might help you. We traded like simulate traded high volatility on spurt for like about an hour or half an hour or something like that. So you're saying tracking plans and spotting lights on in buildings is no longer an effective means of trading? Okay, so hedge funds are lit up at night because not only do they have crypto desks and insurance requirements, I'm sure, for any cleaning staff that might be around, but they also trade international markets as well. Like every hedge fund is a 24-hour operation. They don't work fucking 9 to 4, you know? Like the people who trade the US market work 9 to 4. That whole thing was bullshit from the beginning. And then tracking people's jets that they probably rent out to anybody who will take it also seems fucking stupid. If odd lot orders don't affect the price action, I mean, it depends on the brokerage, Silky. Odd lot orders can be batched into lot orders. Some brokers batch them, some brokers put them through to dark pools where they dump later. Yeah, I'll leave all of my videos and everything up as reference, Zach Black, if forced liquidation occurs. I just won't be streaming. So many short hedge fund margin to call territory. Yeah, that's what we calculated. I mean, that was a rough calculation of where they could get margin called, but those price points seem to be the most promising, between $1,000 and $4,000 based on their assets under management. But a lot of that's margined, so it's hard to say. Depends on their margin agreements and stuff. But somewhere between those two prices. Dude, the building lights were the reason I bought into GME. Well, now you know better. People won't stop talking about seller boxing, and now I'm losing my goddamn mind. Just get used to it. It'll fade. Let me assess. Thought we were here to support each other, but okay. Who am I calling sus? Is there any way hedge funds can escape the noose other than MOASS? I don't currently think so. Do you expect to have dealt with most of your options by the time you turn off stream? No. With all the FUD drama that goes on during the weekend, I don't know how people weren't highly suspicious of computer share. I don't know. It hit the right notes, I guess. Right after margin calls are in full swing. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how fast the price action increases. There could be a lot of blurring between those. What's been the worst theory you've heard of since you started streaming? Flat OBV was up there. Oh god, I just don't want to think about it. There's been a lot. Flat OBV was fucking dumb. That was a really dumb one. Like, guys, if I zoom all the way out, this indicator is completely flat. And that means the shorts can't short or something. I don't even know what the point of it was. Short ladder attacks, those were pretty funny. I mean, they did occur in the beginning, but we haven't seen one in forever. We haven't had enough volume. You can call me sus. Deadwood, dude. Oh. Sus and shills is all just bullshit. Just fucking hold the stock, sell it when it's expensive, make a lot of money. It's not that hard. The fact that you would be worried about somebody trying to dissuade you out of your position just means you don't have a lot of confidence in the position. No one ever agrees with a trader. They're always the guy in the room that says everyone else is wrong. Get used to it. How valid of TA is looking at when the RSI reaches previous levels? It seems to drop off from usually anticipating any type of movement like that, like we're doing now, approaching 60 plus RSI. I mean, what, on the daily? RSI is looking pretty good on the daily right now. Traditionally, this pattern has not been broken up. It has been one uniform pattern. So yeah, if we can bounce back into overbought, there's a good chance we're gonna run. I don't think it's particularly useful as it doesn't really give you a lot of data, but it's something to watch. You're more looking for like a repetition of a previous pattern with that than you are any actual signal occurring. I mean, the sideways trading guy is just like a joke. He's not like doing technical analysis. He's just zooming all the way out to be like, look, it's flat. But that's not what the flat OBV thing was. The flat OBV was like part of a technical analysis theory that was complete horseshit. I spent weeks telling everyone that T plus 21 and T plus 35 were wrong, because they were not in line with like reg show regulations. But look how many people lost money on that. Have you made any videos explaining iron condors and managing the wings? No, I haven't made any like options strategy videos. It's not really something I've considered currently, as like the entire focus has been GameStop and not really like digging into the teaching aspects of all of this. I mean, I do as an aside, but I mean, that's more of like something I would make if this was a real YouTube channel and not just like a temporary place to hang out while we wait for MOASS. Any reason AMC and GME are not the same? I mean, they look kind of the same today. Not that different. The correlation's weakening. Um, but that's because I think they've covered a lot of their shorts over there. You think all the misinformation helps MOASS because it brings idiots in to help hold the floor? Hurts it by stopping smart people from taking it seriously. Both. I think it just hurts it, honestly. It makes it seem it discredits it. And it's solid. I mean, I wouldn't be in it if I didn't think it was a solid theory. Um and so yeah, I think ultimately it just discredits it, and it makes it more difficult for people to find out the actual truth of the situation. So while, it might entice somebody who doesn't really know a lot, generally people with a lot of money uh, do their research before investing in something, and somebody who dives into super stonk to accomplish research could end up feeling kind of like the whole situation's very flaky. Depends on the day. The last few weeks, actually, it was looking really solid over there. Things kind of got a little crazy this weekend, as they do. Um, but it fluctuates between, being very tinfoily and focusing on things that are important. So it'd be a good idea to roll 917s to 924s just to be safe. I mean, I'm going to do that if we don't have any significant price action by the like near the end of day tomorrow, Mitch. Thanks, Crazy Kami. Ever since I started watching your daily streams, my trust in this whole saga is so much stronger. You explain everything so well and get such good understanding. I try. Any YouTubers you would recommend for it? Fuck. There's some good options, like managing risk adverse option strategies books that I have written down somewhere. I can't remember the exact titles and authors right now. They all have very similar titles. Shit, what's that one? I'll have to look. Remind me another day if I can dig him out. Maybe while I'm packing, I'll run across them. But no, I wouldn't recommend any YouTubers that I can think of. Um, there used to be this like trading like firm. They were kind of like bullshit and shills, and they were just trying to sell like a trading course. But they actually had solid info, but I can't remember the name of their videos. But they gave away a lot of their course information for free, and they like specialize in options trading. What's that little red line above the chart? That's the resistance at 200. Book affiliate link. I think most people just download them illegally, like I hope they don't. As always, you guys should pay people for their work. Value investment. No, Graham and Dodd's securities analysis book, Hank Scorpio. That last one you got is wrong. Dodd, Dodd. Like the Dodd-Frank Act. That guy. And Benjamin Graham wrote a book called Securities Analysis. Excellent. It's old, but it still works. Tasty Trade? I don't know anything about them. I don't want to recommend anyone specifically because you'll lose a lot of money with misinformation on that front. I would have to do some research first. Technical analysis. I tell everyone to start with Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy. It's old and some of it's become irrelevant over the years, but it's a solid like groundwork, like a foundation for you to build the rest of your knowledge on. All authors should have a crypto donation link. Self-published. What are your thoughts on getting a tax attorney? I already have one. Have you looked into law firms? In the past, yeah. But they're useful. I read YOLO Options by Warden and Godbill. uh, your dad, Frank, wrote a book. Andrew Z, thank you so much. Don't worry about it, gamer at heart. It's irrelevant. Old memes. FOMO YOLO by Girk Hathaway. Thoughts on the idea that you should go out of city, state for your advisors? Not out of state, probably. Although you could, if necessary, but I mean, you will have to deal with state taxes as well. And people out of your state may not be licensed in your state. I'm currently on chapter 4 of how to get assigned by Moonwind Financial. Son of a bitch. That was a good one, user. Do your research. There's like websites that allow you to research lawyers. Just find like a top firm, speak with a partner, and then find another firm to watch that one. Cover your bases. I think MACD was throwing a false signal the other day, so I don't think MACD is all that relevant right now, as we're not in a trading normally for the next several days, as far as I'm concerned. I would just ignore oscillators. They're going to be all fucked up because of the big drop after earnings and then the bounce. So it's just, there's tons of false signals all over the place. Remember, those are all like, they're all reverse looking, right? They don't predict future movement. They indicate what future movement could be, but they in no way infer that like that is what is going to happen. They're more about determining trends than anything else. Paxi throwing up gang signs. Can you make the Danwell more insulting? It doesn't need to be visual. You can make it canon that they'll all eventually die alone due to poor hygiene. I just don't think the Dans are going to do the smartest things with their money post MOASS. You know, like I feel like when it comes to fiscal responsibility, the Dans are at the strongest. A lot of Dans will probably die in piles of cocaine covered in bull mayo. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what to tell you to look for. I mean, lawyers to watch lawyers. Maybe I don't understand how much tendies. I mean, you don't want to get embezzled, right? And so it's good to have multiple fiduciaries watching your money at the same time, as if one of them tries to steal some of your money, the other ones will notice, right? This is typical rich people shit. And you never give anybody your power of attorney. Ever. Unless it's limited in scope. And, you know, a contract would be signed limiting the scope of that power of attorney. That's how you speak of me behind my back? You're here. It's not behind your back. I just assumed that you were in here. He's enjoying your book. Should I take 10K profit by selling AMC and hold the cash for the dip before the rip? Got a feeling it's peaking again. It's up to you, man. I can't tell you when to enter and exit your trades. If you don't want to be invested in AMC anymore, then you need to determine the best time to exit that stock. At least in the beginning, I think it'll run concurrently to GameStop for a little while longer, but I do think there will be a separation of the two at some point. You just hope that point isn't during MOASS if your goal is to switch. I'm gonna give my dog power of attorney. Would you ever form a trust? Yeah. Or several. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. I feel like I haven't in a little while. Anything interesting for the options? We're up to 16 million in calls now. Burry tweeted again. What did he say this time? It's probably just useless information. I'm spending my time list. Interesting. I don't know. He's like reminiscing over his big stock play, or he's trying to say it's happening again, which it definitely is. But you know, greed. $16 million in calls, not 16 million calls. Seems like one could just ride these waves for small but consistent gains. I mean, it's too erratic is the problem. Like you might be up right now, but we could break like the EMA 20 and the price could dip $10, right? $7, that's 16 million call volume was me. I don't think Burry's specifically speaking about anything to do with GameStop, but he might be. What strike on the calls? They all look to be around 200, 210, 220. P Longstock. Thank you for the donation. The ones that are coming in today, and they're all for 917, it looks like. So, you know, as long as the price is low, they're going to continue building out that ramp. I think Burry's all in on a collapse. Yeah, he is. The thing about Burry, though, is he's all in on a collapse for like 2 years. So it's just like, and most retail investors don't have the kind of capital to carry a short position on the market for the length of time where the guarantee of that collapse is high enough. When should we expect the ramp to go flying? We need to clear 200 with some volume. Probably 210. We would really start to see an effect. And that, that increases exponentially as you go up the gamma ramp. Do you think that IV is ridiculously low right now? It's pretty cheap. Brewery throws down 1.3 billion and waits 3 years to double that. Those plays are certainly not short term. Yeah, they're not. Do you ever mention why you got out of GME early? Someone who was on here who's a lawyer sent me a really interesting thesis a while back that, they thought Burry got out of GameStop early because he'd said too much in the letter that he wrote to the shareholders, and so he didn't want to be involved in the shorts, like the squeeze in January, as he could have possibly faced legal repercussions from it, which I thought was an interesting thesis. At least he had some, you know, he'd cited some precedents as well that seemed to tie into it. I told him to write up a DD on it, but I never heard back from him again. Do you see it's possible for us staying below 200 for the rest of the week? I mean, it is. How do you vet your quants? The same way I vet my mods. Gut feeling. I saw the Burry tweet. I mean, I feel some type of way. People have been saying calm before the storm for 9 months. It's just calm. So if you end up rolling your contracts tomorrow before close, would you get 24C the same day or wait until later the week for cheaper? Hmm. It's a good question. I don't know. I'll probably do some math on it tonight, Tony. But I would imagine that I would at least get some immediately for the 24th. And then I might wait to pick up more. But today's looking pretty strong right now. I think if we can hit that gamma ramp, we could really see some action. We're already up 4%. Even with the market downturn today, that's significant. What happens if they don't cover their position by the 17th? I think they'll have to then cover it immediately. They'll have to cover the entire thing. I don't know how big this contract rollover is. If some of my theses are correct, that it's, this is only a portion of what they have short on GameStop, and so we'll have to see. I mean, me waiting till those dates is really important, but I kind of wanted to give you guys a heads up on what time frames I'm looking at to corroborate my thesis. And I only did that because the potential for MOASS during that time frame is high. And so I thought it, even though I can't, well, even though I don't really want to disclose everything right now until I have some sort of confirmation, I thought I should at least disclose the window that I was looking at. Thessie? Thesisi? Oh, I like that. Theses? Thestocles? That's definitely theses. Can you repeat the window? From today through the 22nd. But that, don't get me wrong, that is in no way a recommendation to trade that possibility. It's just a time frame I'm looking into. Nothing could happen, and I could be completely wrong, and the probability of that could be high, as the derivatives I'm looking into are not transparent. So the only proof of their existence is the price action in the market, essentially. It's like looking for dark matter. Like, you can see the effects of it, right? But you can't see the matter itself. It's a bitch. And that's because we don't have any access to any financial data whatsoever. You pickled DeGrasse Tyson. Let's argue about dark matter. Does it exist, or are the current theories of matter wrong? Interesting. I have not heard that take. But then again, I'm not a physicist, and I don't give a shit, Jay Fresh. Did you say feces? I said theses. Tha. To call me a bitch, you bitch. There were 17 million in calls now. OI looks to be going up at 195, 192. That's interesting. That's in the money. That's a institutional push, Zakir, if that's the case. It could increase the acceleration over 200, which is probably what they'd be trying to do if they're buying 190s and 195s right now. Is the OI on those going up enough for it just to be retail buying safer weeklies? Dig more. If the OI is going up by like hundreds or thousands of contracts, that's institutional. Dark matter is extremely dense, even more so than Mac cores. Man, I like this slow update. People are really throwing out the zingers. Is it impossible to get that financial data? It is, in fact, impossible. as many of the participants are exempt from reg show reporting. So the only way to know would be if they told you, or if you can prove the existence of it based on its effect, which is kind of what I'm attempting. Yeah, at me. What are you going on about, Moonwind? Average American eats 8.5 pounds of pickles a year. I don't eat 8.5 pounds of pickles in a year. That's insane. Sounds like they're trying to bump up cucumber futures. We need more opacity in the financial markets. 1.1 million at 195. 1,400 contracts. It's probably not retail. Yeah, that sounds institutional. It seems like they're going to try to push it. I saw they were buying 140s and 160s this morning also, which is also pushing. So it looks like, I mean, they have all their money this week. That whole ramp has piled up over these last few weeks into this week. So if they're going to push it themselves to spark this, then this is the week for them to do it. What's the average weight of a pickle? I want to go with 250 grams, JFresh. Hey, Zakire's wife. Yeah, 140's double strike date, 17th, 24th, rolling in. Okay. That's pretty relevant. It's quite heavy. I'm guessing 85 grams. That sounds more like a Cornichon. Pickles are dense. They're full of water, brine, salt. How long is your pickle? Long enough. Thanks for asking, level 6. So the average weight is 113 grams. Not a bad guess. All right. Yeah. Well, I tried. Feces was my goldfish's name. He died at 6. Always dropping massive loads in his tank. Can I get a rip in the chat? Thanks for that, Velvet Jupiter. I appreciate you sharing. I think I've actually seen that, Johnny LaRue. U.S. standards for grades of pickles. We definitely need to dig on this. I don't know about that, man. Snowcase. Rip. Thanks, man. The stream hasn't been the same since Feces the goldfish died. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick before some stuff happens here. We're approaching 1269, and as we know, this is the time of day. Got got done jacking the tits over on Reddit. I hope everyone here is twerked up and ready to go. Morning volatility. Would getting on the ramp during morning volatility be less sure to set us off than them getting into the ramp later in the day? I mean, yeah, there's a more open and OI now, so had we ripped right out of the gate, it would have been harder for them to build up even more. Is there such a thing as a reverse ladder attack? It's called a pump. But yes. I left you something on pigeon whales. Well, thank you, Danrod. I'm gonna have to mute my audio for this. What's happening? I like that polo. I need to buy more polos. Damn, that was fucking fast. Is that like a smaller bottle? Someone had fun in college. I want to get the softest polos. I told you to get your tits jacked. You didn't see it about to happen? Stefan did. It even looks like a ramp. All right, you guys are all getting worked up. I'm gonna walk away for a second. I gotta go to the bathroom. Danrod, make sure you DM me where you got that polo from. I want to know. It looks comfy. $200.50 for those of you listening in. I'll be RB. Oh, that's right. I forgot something. Hold on. Ah, sorry. I had to get my nail clippers. Burry just tweeted about GameStop? What? No fucking way. Buyback shares announcement. Huh. VWAP. I like that Cyan Capital uses VWAP in their it's just about the GME share buyback. I don't know what the fuck it means. It's got VWAP in there. Maybe he's watching the stream. What's up, Burry? You crazy fuck. Is that a tweet bullish though? I don't know. It's just about the share buyback that he encouraged. I think it's bullish. Burry trying to lower the price so you can buy the dip. He mentions our holy lady VWAP. Praise be to VWAP. He put hashtag GME squeeze on it. It's about fucking time. $25 new posts with the same tweet. I mean, he tagged it GME short squeeze, didn't he? It's $20.30. We're just sitting on the 200 resistance. I have it open. I can just show it to you guys. Here's his tweet. It's Scion's buyback assessment, I guess, of GameStop shares. So it looks like. They said back when GameStop was an interesting and rational long. I just made $1,200 in 3 hours. Didn't get greedy and just hit my targets on that push. Awesome, JFresh. I'm glad to hear you not losing money on options. Where you got 41.95 so this Friday. Nice. That's up to you. I mean, it depends on how much Stefan is Burry. Shut up. Ah, fuck it. Who cares? I mean, I don't think he's in on GMA. Hmm. Oh, here we go. Nice bounce on 200. Thanks, Luke's. Bless you. Thanks, Silence of the Dance. I legit said bless you in person. People seem to do that a lot. How much does an option strike need to be in the money before MM begins to hedge? It's hedged based on its delta value, KO. It says the delta value increases, it has to be hedged more and more. What was that historical shares outstanding in December 2019? I mean, it doesn't say shares outstanding, but it says they bought back 630,000 and then 1.9 million and then 138,000 in December of 19. Oh wait, no, there's more. I don't know. I can't do the math right now. Hal Jordan, thank you so much, Lady VWAP's Emerald Knight, for becoming a pigeon whale, dude. Riku to you, sir. And thank you. I appreciate it. The Dan's FOMOing into pigeon whale membership right now. Praise be to VWAP. Pigeon whales flock and congregate around your newest member. Show him the way. About to post a wine slam in the pleb. Nice. So looking at dark pool buybacks as they equate to no. He's just looking at GME's share buybacks. These were the share buybacks that he started with his letter back then. I saw the Burry tweet. Unless he has a new one. Yeah, same one. What do you change his picture to? Is that like a artillery unit?
Hey dude, welcome to the Dillionaires.
I sound like
We
dying.
ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
A lot more, little Bill. 13B unit. SEC 13B. Every issuer which has a class of securities registered pursuant to 78 of this title, every issuer is required to file reports pursuant to section 78D. Make and keep records and accounts which is reasonable and detail accurately, fairly reflect transactions, dispositions of the assets of the issuer, devise and maintain a system of internal accounting control sufficient to provide reasonable assurances that transactions are executed in accordance with management's general expectation. No issuer class or issuer which has a class of securities registered pursuant to section 78 of this title, or issuer which is required to file reports held 50% or less of the voting power respect to a domestic or foreign firm. Fabrication of accounting records. Blah, blah, blah. Section 13B F. Hold on. Section 13B of the Federal Trade Commission, specific investigative powers. Pre-merger notifications, international investigations, consumer protection. FTC Act provides that unfair, deceptive acts or practices in affecting or commerce are declared unlawful. Unfair, deceptive acts or practices. No, benefits. Competition. Yeah, I know we're ripping. Judicial enforcement. Interesting. Huh. I think he might be talking about the Federal Trade Commission's 13B. Ah, whatever. Let's just enjoy MOASS. Paul R., thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. Hmm. Oh. Oh, got to break 205. We didn't fail it. We just stopped at resistance. We started going up at 1270. One could argue it was 1269. 1269 led to the birth of Prometheus at 1270. Guybrush for MOASS. Let's get some bulls on this fucking screen. Look at me doing correct. God, I'm good at this stock stuff. Oh, that works. I'll throw his head up there. Maybe I can like put it on a bull. What other fun things do I have over here? How long you wait on those 195s? Might expire on the 17th. Doubled already. I mean, they'll be the last ones I sell. This isn't fast enough for a halt. Look how jacked everyone is right now. Danrod drank the red away. I think all the dads drank the red away. Georgia Phoebe, thank you, man. I appreciate that. You're just as happy, Pi-Fi, giddy as fuck. I know, right? $69 bulls. No, it's not yet. Justin, thank you so much for becoming a Cornichon, dude. Are we getting a MOASS of pigeon whales? They will come. They are congregating as we speak. Spy going down. I repeat, spy going down. Ooh. Looks like they had to sell some more to cover. It's the fucking. That doesn't look great either. Marianne Bairn, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream. Thanks for the support. Thank you guys, all of you. I appreciate it a lot.
Because Andrew Mo money sucks.
Michael Burry just tweeted hashtag Jimmy Squeeze. I know. We discussed this. Who the fuck he is? Thinking he's coming in last second. Trying to take credit. Son of a bitch. It's like some intern told him, hey, Jimmy's squeezing today. And he's like, oh, I should tweet about that. His Twitter handle is a bit pretentious. Just a bit. History is implying that going long on GME is no longer rational, though. I mean, short squeezes are not rational. They're a mechanic of the market built on irrational exuberance. And for the bear thesis. Why is it pretentious? Do you really need to? Thanks, Mark Halley. All right, man. A like and a subscribe is more than enough. I appreciate it. Violent upside potential for mod. Thanks, Silence of the Dans. But that's not the case. Everyone believes Burry when he says shit. So he's not Cassandra, right? Like, oh, no one's ever listening to me. He's such a whiny bitch sometimes. He let his ego get to him like someone else I know. You? Not me. I would never let my ego get to me. You think Christian Bale is long Jimmy? I don't know how committed he is to his previous roles, but it's possible. Is Dr. Burry Rick of Spades? No. If you've ever seen Burry, they're definitely not the same frame. Well, if Burry's shorting GME, is doing a terrible job. Resistance, Vince. Are you grabbing any more calls now? No, I'm set. If we hit 350, I'll be a rich pickle. If we MOASS, we all will be. Yeah, we got a bit of descending wedge going on here. And almost enough volume to support it. I know. We all know about Burry's tweet. I'm gonna sell my options if we fail the test of 350 again. Why don't we get above 210 before we worry about that? I'm not selling my fucking shares at $350. Jesus. Come on, Adam Frazier. But yeah, I'll get rid of my options. Some of them. $350 million. I mean, if I can, I'll try. Is this a really sloppy Head and Shoulders? No. It's a descending wedge. What's the Moonwind covered call indicator looking like? Moonwind, care to weigh in? What's the difference between a wedge and a pennant? A pennant has the same lows. A wedge has consolidating price action. So lower lows, lower highs. A wedge forms like this. Consolidating. A pennant forms like this, which shows that one side is consolidating. It looks like it's going to descend a little extra. God damn it. Well, either we bounce here or we don't. Some pressure. So that's bearish? What? What's bearish, Andrew? A descending wedge? No, descending wedges are usually bullish. This is sloppy as hell because the volume's still really low, but is Burry trying to scapegoat? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really matter because there's not enough volume for it to be a reliable indicator right now. Currently, the price pattern being shown is bullish, but there's not enough volume for that to be reliable. So it could break down. poop fish for MOASS? Oh yes, feces the goldfish. Yeah, we're in a solid position. If we can break 210 into 215, 220, I think this thing's really going to take off. Yeah, cup and handles are months long. Edward, they just keep talking about intraday cup and handles because they know it annoys me. I need to move these bulls too close to my face. Where ramp zooms higher. I don't know if we could break 210 with this volume. We'll see. We have some ramp that's going to kick in on the way to 210. So is it true that DFV joins the stream when you get to 2K likes? There's no way to tell, Dilly Dillerson. No what? Wi-Fi for fan. Can't wait to hop on a Zoom call with the client, actually share a screen view of Bulls 69ing. This is still consolidating. Fucking come on. Fucking 40-cent bid-ass spread right now, too. Looks like SPY bounced at 444. It's coming back a little. Yeah, CVVWAP spiking on the floor. Hold on, let me check a lower time scale. It's starting to move up a little bit, but not much. Not too much arbitrage. There's not enough volume for there to be a lot of arbitrage. This is textbook. 2K watching. Cool. Hi, new people. About to sell the last of the popcorn for GME, methinks. They just keep coming in. It's being blocked by chat on mobile. What? I don't know where the fuck chat is on mobile. I don't even know what direction to move it in. Just close, shrink chat. Where does the chat go on mobile YouTube? It's on like the left side of the screen. It's on the right side of the screen. Left side? Okay. Is that better? I don't know if Burry bought in. $36 million on the day. That's not bad. It's not a lot, but it's not bad. We'll have to see. Poor little triangle. I mean, it broke to the downside. Now it just looks like a bull flag. But that looks like it's breaking down too. It's like there. Could bounce. Doesn't look great though. I love you platonically. Thanks, Han. If this was this, I mean, this looks nothing like something that would form on like high volume. The old guy. I love you in an unhealthy way that damages my real life relationships. Thanks, David. I know your mom is it's doing okay. I know your mom's a Matt Kors fan, and I'm sure that's very difficult for you. It's the EMA 60 Pagnu. But yeah, it looks like it. Well, that's good, Han. I'm glad you're doing better. Looks like we're going back down. Might be. Might bounce. We'll see. Oh, sorry. I don't know why it's not tracking the movement better. We love you sexually. Thanks, Dans. I mean, the volume we're looking for mainly should be coming from the shorts. It's already broken through this, so this is done. I'm just gonna look for a reversal here. Oh, this is that, by the way, this is that same pattern that I discussed in the weekly DD, but kind of playing out on the 1 minute. So you have this like long-term support here. Hold on. Oh, shit. So you have like a longer-term trend line here. Oh, this is like the bump and the run. But the run can fall below this trend line. Not super reliable on the 1 minute, but kind of shows the same thing. And so you would look for a reversal on a longer term trend line before you went back to the upside. I mean, they bumped the IV a little bit, but not much. Oh. I can draw the long-term trend, I think. So it'll like either bounce here or here. Probably. Although it may not. GameStop doesn't like intraday TA. Okay, Guybrush needs to like stand down. He's really taking up too much screen real estate right now. Imagine if Ryan Cohen's dog's name is Pickles. I hope it is too. There went 100 viewers. That's like a name I could see befitting that dog. So it looks like we're bouncing off that support. Can I send you Scooter over there, bud? Should have drawn the line higher so he bounced earlier. That's not how that works, Steve. Was Burry tweeted about Jimmy like an hour ago, man. Thanks for being my favorite infotainment source. Your time and efforts are appreciated. Thank you, small friend. Or small friend. The SEC needs to be in this stream. Absolutely blatant market manipulation. How? I'm still not convinced you aren't controlling the price of lines and pickles. That's silly. How did you know that's where the support line was? I'm a genius. Nah, I just looked for the next reasonable support level, which is like 202.50, which is kind of where we bounced, right? Yeah, 202, right around there. Because I'm Cassandra. Why won't anyone listen to me? It's not. I don't know who the fuck Bud Spencer is, but that's Matthew Barry. A Barry greater than Burry. Please take a fucking abomination of a banana off the screen. Whenever that boof fruit makes its appearance, the price action is terrible. He's been there all day. Don't hate on the banana, all right? I've seen way too many dudes walk around casually wearing bandanas recently. I mean, I feel like that always should have been a thing. I've worn bandanas for years because they're sexy. Like, you see a guy in a bandana and you're like, does he know karate? Maybe he does. Fucking terrible. Not as terrible as your fucking hamburger pie, Dr. K. Beef biscuit that you made the other day. Yeah, I mean, that picture is like 15 years old, and I was wearing bandanas back then. Nothing's changed. You're a beef biscuit. White House set to nominate Georgetown professor Alvaro Bedoya to the FTC. Interesting. No, I don't think I inspired DFE to wear a headband. That's ridiculous. End of day poll. He's just also a cool guy. That's why he wears bandanas. All these random pictures have devolved the stream substantially, and I love it. I would have never called this an elevated place to hang out. Was that your Three Ninjas stage at age of 15? No, I just dressed as Ryu from Street Fighter for Halloween for like, well, I still do. It's just my Halloween costume. It's the one I wear. I'm looking forward to my FBI interview. What financial advice did Pi-Fi give you? Wear bandanas, draw random lines on the chart with pickles and cows and junk. What's the 13B rule? It looks interesting, but I don't have time to read the whole thing right now. Pickle Blanca for Halloween. I don't like Blanca. Stupid character. It's all spiky. After what Raul Julia did to him, it's just my family is nothing to me now. I learned about cast iron skillets winning on MOASS to afford one. Uh, we need a Cammy cosplay for Halloween. That's not happening. I don't think I look good in that outfit. You look at TM. So why the fuck would I look at anything that's not GameStop right now? Yeah, I'll look at it. Metals company? It's doing a rip. It's doing a hard rip. Not that hard, but like a little bit. It'd probably help if people were actually trading it. That'd really rip. Elliot Wave guy threatening to start a stream for his intraday analysis. Yeah, but nobody's gonna want to watch yesterday's ticker all day while he analyzes it. I'm not worried. Bring on the competition. Let's go. Awesome, Ascendant Pickle. Glad to hear it, man. I think it's ripping because people pumped uranium over the weekend. Maybe. I don't think that's one of the uranium stocks, though. Wasn't that like CCJ or something? That uranium play is like fucking super long term. It's like a 5-year play. It looks good. Like the thesis is strong, but it's definitely not short term by any means. I mean, it might squeeze a little in the near term, but nothing compared to its like 5-year potential. Spy break 445 again. Yeah, see. It's just chopping. Oop. That was some volume. Had uranium many months ago and love the hype they're creating for me. You feel we're beyond the possible retracement you mentioned? What do you mean, English girls? On the daily or like right here on the intraday? The intraday looks great. This is a bump and run reversal. So now when we go back up to 207, we'll have much stronger pressure and support. As the exuberant stage has trailed off, we now have support for our upward movement. That's the idea behind it. So essentially, this is from like the run is like over exuberance into buying, right? Or the bump, sorry. And then the run is the correction because this price level is unsustainable. And then this is the reversal, which means we can now climb up with support. So basically a cup and handle. Similar, except just 2 points. But no. Cup and handles are defined by like a long-term resistance. And like generally the third test of that resistance can lead to a breakthrough as like all the paper hands are shaken out. Matt Kors just said the same thing. Is he just watching my stream now? Spurt was a textbook cup and handle, yeah. Sort of. Spy down, cheer me up. That's the way we like to fuck. It's true. Kors now is just doing reactions to your stream on his stream. That's great. Price is supposed to be 6K right now. We'll see. How would you feel if Matt was listening to your stream and just echoed everything you said? I mean, at least he'd be learning something. Maybe he'd start to tell his audience that he's been lying to them about AMC for months, or he just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Either way. Good money movement on no volume. What would this affect how long you consider 917 weeklies? Hold for potential volume or roll? I mean, like right now, I'm definitely considering just holding them. This looks good. I have no intention of moving out of my options at these price points currently. And yes, I have 20 contracts at 195. So I know they're up, but I have no intention of selling them right now. After MOASS, will you please start a hedge fund? Sounds like a lot of work. I want to go managing all your guys' fucking money. Yeah, no problem, Grant. I don't know what question I answered, but you're welcome. Oh, okay, I see. Someone's singing about me. Go away, baby shark. Start a hedge fund that takes 80% of the profits. I mean, that's still if I can beat the market by 100%, then they're still get like my investors would still get 20% gains. That course has been cast as a Blue Clue spinoff after failed AMC MOASS. Options spread out every $10 increment help, hurt, or indifferent from 250 increments in your opinion? It's like I mean you're very consolidated across one price point if your spread is that narrow. I've never longboarded in my life. Will you be hiring movers or doing it all yourself? I don't know. I'll probably hire movers. I don't think I have time to fucking, at least not right now. It's gonna cost a fortune. Did you read the exits you do, Zerus? Stop asking me for price points. Be sure you look over reviews thoroughly. Yeah, I know. I'll probably just use like a corporate mover, like one of the bigger companies. Someone bonded. They'll break everything and you can claim the insurance after for new stuff. Good to know, Iron Porter. I'd prefer if they didn't break my shit, though. I'm moving because Ida and the like management company at my building's not handling the damage from the storm appropriately or at all. So, yeah. G&W's up 4%. Let's fucking go moon soon. I don't I don't think that's how that works, but all right. What about computer share, Brian Perrone? Come move to Indy with me. I'll make your meals. I would never live in Indiana again for any amount of money. Even MOASS money wouldn't get me to live in Indiana for another day of my life. No offense, Carl, but that state sucks. You need to move. I hope you're planning on moving post MOASS. Are there U-Hauls? Yeah, I mean, I could rent a truck. I have a car. Maybe I could just get like a trailer. I don't know. Forgot to pay his bills again. One job, Girk. Move to the Upper East Side with me. It's so pricey. And kind of boring. It's like the most, well, it's not the most boring part of the city, but why on earth do you have a car? Because I moved here from California and I already had one. Moved back to England to become like a duke or something. Why are you streaming from your car? Because of the mold. Definitely not moving to Seattle. Nice try, Han. Yeah, I drove my car out here from Cali. That's not even the first time I've driven across the country. I've done that like a few times. I lived in SoCal. I don't have one. Ripping skulls. Either one of those things. Moved to Dan Francisco. I lived in Orange County, which is if you guys don't know, it's like south of LA, north of San Diego, like right in between. It's where the show Laguna Beach was filmed. Yeah, Disneyland's there, but I didn't live in that part of Orange County because that part of Orange County is not the happiest place in the world. that where they filmed the show, the OC? I think they filmed the OC in Newport Beach. Do you know any real? I met one of them. Yeah. Maybe I might get like a house out there again, but I don't know. It's just hot. It's hot as fuck nowadays. That's kind of how it strikes me too in Mel Willie. Oh, there's some inappropriate things going on with Stefan on the stream, huh? There we go. Yeah, it's always on fire. But no, the worst part of California is definitely Californians. Not the people that like grew up there and were born there, but the people who move from like Ohio to be a Californian are the fucking worst. I resent that. That's fine. It's not that they're snobby, it's just that they're not genuine at all. I've never met a group of people that was so full of shit. You'd love San Diego. I've been there plenty. Nutsaculon. 5,000. Like New Yorkers that moved to Florida? Probably. But Florida was terrible before they got there. It's the beauty of the United States is that pretty much everywhere sucks. But it doesn't matter because we're going up. You know, I've never really spent a lot of time in Chicago, so I don't have too much of an opinion on it. I've driven through it, and that was awful, but I've never really spent any time there. What places do you like to eat when you lived here? Any Mexican food places that you liked? There was a lot of good Mexican food places. That's by far the best food in California. You can get some pretty good sushi there too, but Mexican food's definitely where it's at. Even the kind of people that put good vibes only on their dating profiles. There's good Asian food in California, but it depends where you're at. I mean, I guess the Mexican food does too, because if you're in like the northern part of the state, the Mexican food sucks. California Pizza Kitchen's the best. I would say NorCal has like better Asian food, and then Southern California has better Mexican food. But there's places in SoCal that have really good Asian food too. Like Irvine has a lot of spots that are really good. And oh, what the fuck was that place in LA that we used to go to? I can't remember the name of the like town. In and Out is overrated. I agree, but a lot of people don't. A macaroni grill, if you will. It's not liking these tests at the upper resistance levels. I think it might have been Westminster. Is that like it's like east of Huntington Beach, right? I didn't live in LA, so I mean, like I spent some time there. I worked there and stuff, but I didn't spend like a lot of free time in LA. Thanks, Brandon. I don't know if this is a descending channel or just a failed test of 208. It looks like a failed test. If we get a head and shoulders, though, it looks like we're going to drop back down to like 203 again. 205.27, by the way, for those of you listening in. Well, everyone loves food. It's unifying. End of day poll? Too soon. Where in Indiana were you at? Lafayette. And Carmel. Yeah, that's how they pronounce it. I mean, it's also spelled Carmel, unlike the candy, which is spelled caramel. Ever heard of Vincennes? No. You did grad school at Purdue. I was there for a semester. That's why I lived there. They had a program that I attended. We have the most roundabouts. Yeah, it sounds about right. Caramel. Ugh. If brokers aren't allowing transfer of shares to Computershare, Simple apparently stopped it recently due to the amount of requests. What are the options? Just keep your shares in your fucking brokerage. Any thoughts on the volume today? Playing into what has to be covered this week. Seems low. Thoughts on the southern tier of New York State? You mean like north of the city? Like outside of New York? Like Westchester? It's nice. The flat part of New York State? Like Long Island? Long Island's pretty flat. I don't know what the fuck you mean by the flat part of New York. There's flat parts of New York State. Jersey. Thoughts on alcoholics you've enabled in Pigeonwell chat? I mean, they enabled themselves. I've never encouraged, nor will I encourage, the drinking of entire bottles of wine. But it does amuse me. The part that's across from the northern Pennsylvania border. Like Buffalo? I've only been there once. It's cold. It's very cold. I'm about to smash bottle number 2. Do you think people are overestimating how much money they will have after MOASS, or people just don't realize how much stuff costs? I think people don't realize how much expensive shit costs. Like a first class ticket from New York to California on an airplane is like $15,000. It's definitely not 1,500. No. I mean, maybe if it's like first class on Southwest. The cost of owning yachts and gigantic houses, property taxes. Yeah, I know Southwest doesn't do first class, but it's cheaper to fly first class in other countries or from other countries. No fucking way it's that cheap. Maybe it's because of the pandemic. Are just like flight prices way down right now? Yes. Oh. First class from LA to Brisbane was 38,000 in 2013. I've definitely spent like 12,000 on a first class ticket coast to coast. I mean, I didn't spend it, but my company did. That was what, 2016? 2015? I just figured it'd be more now. Fine, whatever. Fucking private jet from New York to LA. I used to fly JFK to Taiwan several times a year. Money. Aren't private jets like 30K round trip? I don't know. I've never booked one. I've only flown on one like once. And I had to, then I had to fly like business class back, which sucked. Like, how much is it to buy one? I have no idea. I haven't looked. I've been looking at super yachts. That's been the thing I'm interested in. Who builds them? Average cost, time to completion, which is Jesus Christ. It can take a while to build those things. I'll be broke by the time my yacht is ready. Win yacht TD. Someone else was supposed to write that. We're breaking again. Let's see if there's just a head and shoulders. Yeah, I would use my jet or my yacht a lot. Yacht upkeep maintenance a year. Oh, it's expensive. It's very, very expensive. But I figure if the yacht costs like 300 million and then I take 300 million and put it in like like a long-term fund of some sort, I could just use that to pay for the maintenance. So whatever the cost of the boat is, double it. And then you got a nice little fund set up to pay for your yacht maintenance. I think it's the delta hedging kicking in every time we cross over 205. Sean Daniels, thank you. I appreciate that. Re right back at you. I'm not gonna lease out my yacht and have some people dirtying my yacht up with fluids and stuff. Especially after this. Fucking rich Dan's trying to get in on my yacht and do Dan things on it. Would you take a loan out on the 300 million? Oh, absolutely. If I rented a yacht, I would yeet all over that thing. Exactly. Yeah, you always spend other people's money. Don't ever spend your own. That's so when you're rich, you just get shitloads of credit and you spend that. Tether yours to mine and make an ultra yacht. You're working since 6 a.m. I will be working until tomorrow at 6 a.m. Jesus. Well, thank you, Furman. I appreciate the donation, dude. Too big to fail, baby. That's an accurate descriptor. Isn't extending lines of credit to the rich what got us here? But do you think anything's gonna change? Like people lose a lot of money, but the systems will probably remain mostly the same. Except, probably more emphasis on keeping the pesky poors out of the market. Nice cat. Uranium ripping. Your $600 million investment fund pays for the low interest rate on the loan and the maintenance on the yacht. So you get a free super yacht. Yeah, breaking past 205 is not good for them with the ramp where it is right now. How much are the returns on investment funds? I mean, it depends on who you have your money with. Some are better than others. Some are riskier than others. Usually the higher percentage rate at which they beat the market, the more risk they take on. And shits, we dropped below 200 again today. Made some mistakes. It's not looking good for today. Today looks very bullish. Maybe I'll just start an ETF. What's up, webcams chat? Hot girl and boy videos. Oh, Zakir's wife deleted you. The pickle ECF. Dill or kosher? Berkshire Hathaway. I thought you were gonna move your shares out of Weeble a while ago. What's keeping you? I don't know. General laziness. I mean, this doesn't represent like a significant number of the shares I have right now, paradoxical. So I probably should, but fuck it. Maybe Weeble will be up when Fidelity's being ransacked. More brokers. I'm diversifying. Yeah, it really sucks that they use Apex. I don't understand why they're not self-clearing. Like, BNY Mellon has a fuck ton of money. I don't know why they use Apex for their clearinghouse. Traded as Berksey. Awesome, Bob. What's the main issue with Apex Clearinghouse? I mean, none except for what happened in January. So Apex Clearing was Apex Clearinghouse is the clearinghouse that halted trading supposedly on Robinhood, but then Robinhood kept their trading down all day. Gherkin Stocks is the name of your yacht. Too late to buy 2030 call $230 calls. I don't know. I mean, IV hasn't spiked that much. Like, it's up a little bit, but it's not that bad. Were you ever on Robinhood? Yeah, my leg's like falling asleep, bub. Let me think. I had Robinhood back in, I think it was like 2016 or something. I still have an account there, but all it's got in it is like Dogecoin. I had my husband watch your forward-looking TA for the first time last night. He keeps losing money in Doge. I think I bought Doge when it was best to buy Doge. And then I didn't sell it when it was best to sell it. What's my net worth? I have no idea. Not a lot.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Remember when you said you can survive off $200,000 a year? I mean, you can. This is fantastic news. How's the VIX not up? Well, the market's falling very steadily. Yeah, you can also survive off $20,000 a year, but it's not ideal. How are you feeling about your options at the moment? Not great, but not bad. I mean, the options position, like my initial investment into it is already covered. So like, even if they like go to zero, I'm still up. But ideally, that won't happen. What's your take on Michael J. Burry thinking Bitcoin is another bubble? I don't really like Bitcoin or crypto that much. I don't have a lot of faith in it, like long term anymore. I used to, but I think it's just like a wealth sink at this point. But I sold most of my Bitcoin a long time ago. I never had that much to begin with, but what I did have, I sold a long time ago. Eth looks better, but I mean, I'd probably have like 5%, of my money invested in crypto at any time. I don't right now, but if I were in a different financial situation, I would probably have like some crypto holdings, but not a lot. I ultimately just think governments will move to crypto and destroy like the DeFi crypto markets. Which is probably why they hired Gensler. So you could just over-regulate like non-government coins. Monster Buddy, thank you. Government isn't supposed to be in the same sentence as crypto, and yet the stock's going down. Criminal. It's a Head and Shoulders. We can like move all the way back down to here. We might bounce sooner, like at here. It'll probably fall to one of those two before it bounces. The volume's not good. Like our volume isn't nearly good enough to push. Yeah, I'm still jacking pretty well. Holy shit, I'm tired. I mean, somebody sold them 1,200 shares. Ryan. They had a standing bid for 1.25K shares at 203.75, and so someone sold them those shares. He references MLCO volume. Any clue what that might be? Not off the top of my head. I think it's like some sort of accounting terminology, but I'm not. Yeah, I have to look it up. Through MLCO Bank of America. Interesting. Thanks, dude. What do you think the play is for short hedge funds since the IV spike hasn't happened yet? I mean, I don't know. We'll see. They're just not going to spike IV. I mean, like, I can't model which is riskier for them. Running into the gamma ramp full speed or letting the gamma ramp continue to build. One of those scenarios is less risky, and so they're going to play whichever one is going to lose them the least amount of money. So if they think they could like push this out and cover at the last minute, in the hopes that the gamma ramp gets depleted, that's one strategy. The other strategy is they run it up hard and spike IV to continue to halt the growth of the gamma ramp. I would have. I mean, I feel like the least risky scenario would have been to like run it up to like 230 and halt the price there, but it's possible that they can't. So maybe they think if they run it up to 230, they won't be able to stop the price action that ensues. Elliott Wave guy's just never been right, so good to know. I don't think they're getting margin called at 230. It's too low. It's just that Elliott waves aren't useful on this stock. The stock doesn't move that much based on like it moves based on psychology, but different psychology than what Elliott wave is tracking. Also, Elliott wave is better at like just predicting like long-term trends on, liquid, high volume, high like open like retail interest stocks. Stocks that are primarily moved around institutionally, it's less accurate. I want to say its accuracy kind of falls off. So it's really good on things like the SPY and like Apple, like big blue chip stocks. Elliott Wave's fine. But on GameStop, I don't think it works that well. If future theory turns out to be wrong, how likely do you think it is that we hit the ramp this week regardless? I mean, I won't know until the 22nd if the futures might like the theory I have about futures is wrong. Yeah, I've never used them on crypto or back tested them on crypto. What's his Reddit name? Possibly something. Thanks, Steven. Margin calls likely below all-time high. Maybe. Hard to say. Possibly 6. I think that's right. Unlikely, Abton. Oh, don't say that, Tony Bobbins. Fomodin, where the rest of my Dan's at. Do you think the price will drop tomorrow since it always seems to go up one day and consolidate the next? I don't know how much consolidating we're going to have on this, like, super low volume price action. Power hour run. If not, then tomorrow. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. I mean, at this point, now since they didn't spike the price, I would imagine the goal is going to be to bleed the gamma ramp, and so they'll try to push out covering as far as they can. How do you see our chances at the end of the day precisely on max span? I think we're going to end the day above max span. Bazinga just pushed an article saying 250.51 million share float on GME. Interesting. How can they survive pushing it out? I mean, if they can deplete it a little and see, I feel like they just roll it. I mean, they're fucked. Like, you're trying to find strategy in a situation where they're most likely just fucked. I don't see a way out. If everything I think currently is true is even remotely accurate, I think between now and the 22nd, they're going to have to buy a lot of fucking GameStop. Yeah, it's very interesting that we're seeing so many in the money options coming in today. Do you have an option when to exercise a call or only on the expiry date? You can call and exercise it usually ahead of then, Noah. Depends on your brokerage. Call them and find out. Somebody said it's like MLCO Bank of America is where he's getting the volume totals from. I mean, we're just slamming into this 205 resistance over and over. So it's just like we don't have a lot of volume to push through, but like the sell side has to be weakening at this price point by now. I think Burry bought that in the money calls, maybe. Although if he bought and then started tweeting about it, that could just be a world of trouble for him again. Long's possibly betting that market makers aren't hedging properly. Deep in the money that aren't hedged. Fuck their margin, right? Yeah. It's the advantage of in the money calls. Less well, if you're buying a large position, they're advantageous because you don't move the price a lot by buying them. Or you can if you can avoid like high delta. So it's a good way to like slowly move into a large position. Additionally, there's less risk of movement in the underlying versus owning the stock. Thanks, Harry. I appreciate that, man. This test was a little weaker. That's not good. Hashtag by the resistance. If inflation data breaks 6% tomorrow, the market reactors are priced in that higher inflation is expected. I mean, higher inflation should be expected and priced in, but it may not be. I mean, the only way you can tell if options are being exercised is if like the OI goes down. But that could also just that be them being closed. I mean, a lot of those articles about like Bazinga and Motley Fool are just written with like an algorithm. So sometimes the data that makes no sense. How are you playing the 195 calls you grabbed last Friday? I mean, they're in the money now, so a little looser. Oh. What's up, Carl? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like, they could try. So if they can bleed off some of the ramp and then run the price hard, right? Like late Wednesday, if they could start running it then, they could maybe cover the volume by close of Friday. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's definitely a risky situation. I'm thinking maybe they think if they can bleed the ramp a little, they can get it up into that like $300 range where the FOMO kind of dies off a little. So like once it breaks 250 or peaks, like FOMO historically at GameStop peaks around 250 and then trails off as it approaches like 300, 325. So maybe they're thinking if they can keep it like sub 400, they might be able to cover their roll. Or alternatively, they're fucked. There's no way out. And this is it. But I mean, we'll have to see. You just have to be patient. I like that alternative. But if that's the case, they're going to let the contract expire and then, cover as they need to or get margin called or whatever is going to happen. Yeah, I kind of refuse to believe they're giving up too, right? Because we've dealt with so much bullshit throughout these like last 9 months that it's just like even when it's happening, I think I'm gonna have a hard time believing it. I understand that. Evergrande has a great future. I have a weird fear that hedgies are here trying to get tips on what they need to try. Can futures contracts expire in a sense? It's not optional. They have to settle up. Yeah, I know. But if I were them and I were fucked, my last big fuck you would be to let it just expire into Friday. Cuz at least that like, you know, giant bet on the gamma ramp would expire worthless. If you presume a vindictive or spiteful nature. Or I'd buy a shitload of calls and run it as hard as I could. And if you assume emotions are non-existent on the other side, then a slow bleed to Wednesday and then covering into Friday. But the market, it's not a logical system, right? So you can't. I mean, this is why mathematicians aren't the richest people on the planet. They're not. It could just happen out of nowhere. Depressed Goblin. I think the problem hedgies are really having is retail holding now are more fearful of missing MOASS than losing money. The idea of generational wealth is really powerful. I think it's the idea of having something. Something you never ever would have had a chance in your life to have before. This potentially could offer. And I think if there's one thing about people who've had nothing is they don't pass up opportunity. That was deep, bro. I mean, they're not going to lose their personal wealth. Little Noctua. Like if Citadel crashes tomorrow, Kenneth Griffin's still going to be super fucking rich, right? Like that's not really going to change. Are you planning on becoming a philosopher after MOASS? No. I'll probably just start another hedge fund. Yeah, probably. Closer than we've ever been, Stefan. Except maybe in January. Or in July. Or at the peak in March. The peak in March, I don't think we were actually that close. But July, we were pretty close. I think. Hey, I could be fucking wrong, right? Yeah, I mean, their whole position. If their margin got called and they got force liquidated, everything gets liquidated, long and short. Sepultura. I mean, I think it will happen sooner than 2022 Maverick B. But I mean, how much of that is just like my own bias? That's hard to say. Your 10 and 11 figure billionaires may drop. They're not going to drop that low. Just it'll kind of be like every single rich person loses 1% of their money. If you want to think about it that way. When you're that rich, you're super diversified. They're protected on so many fronts. I mean, like, the ultra rich will feel it the hardest, but, like, ultimately it won't affect them, right? Like, you think Jeff Bezos gives a shit if he wakes up tomorrow morning, $10 billion poorer? No. September moon. Maybe. Or he just likes the song. Since there is no chance that the futures DD is incorrect considering the price action, I think there is no chance that the futures DD is incorrect. I mean, I think there's a possibility that it could be wrong, or at least what I think is happening could be wrong. There's a distinct possibility because I can't prove it. I think I'm right, but the proof is data that I don't have access to, and so the only way for me to confirm that is by the price action. If the price action occurs that I expect to occur, that would confirm my theory, right? It's a weird situation to be in. Is it pronounced Bezos or Bezos? I've heard both. I have no idea how he says it. I saw Birdie's tweet. A lot of up, a lot of volume, Abdul. He says he stays in cash until it's time to investment. I'm not taking investing advice from fucking Mark Cuban. He just got rich off the .com bubble. It's pronounced Alexa. I did some predictions on the Schiller hitting its previous high between June 10th and August. I mean, it's still lower than its high in the .com bubble. Beefos. I've already thrown shade at Musk. That one's not even that hard. It's like an easy target. Should be streaming MOASS. Say MOASS kicks off midstream. Are you just gonna drop, or do you have a special goodbye plan for everyone who follows you here? I don't have like a special goodbye planned. I figured I'd just wing it. No, they'll just be like the influx of retail investors was too much for the market to handle. I mean, the best way to roll calls is to sell them on high IV when they're up, and then roll them and then buy back in when the IV is low. But if we rip, it doesn't really matter. All right, Jay Fresh. What's the biggest reason I don't like Musk? Oh, because he takes credit for other people's ideas. That's the biggest one. He's like, I don't know when inflation numbers come out. Tomorrow. I know they come out tomorrow, but I don't know what time. I'm sure you could look it up. It's at Cassandra, I think, or at Michael J. Burry. $12.30. So is Elon actually Edison and not Tesla? Absolutely. Anything from today to add to your DD about Yahoo float? No. What are the chances my order at 100th of a cent per share, good till canceled, gets filled? Zero. Later, Lou. Do you think the end credits of the Jimmy movie will inform us Michael J. Murray has now purchased all the water? Probably. He now owns the water. don't really have any interpretations on it. I'm sure it means something to bury, but I feel like that's a really slippery rabbit hole to get down. CPI tomorrow is at what time? 8:30. Oh, Burry lost it a long time ago, but doesn't mean anything. He's completely out there, but you know, he's still very intelligent. I'm sure whatever he's going on about, he's not wrong. It's just impossible to know what he's going on about. Oh, by next year, between June and August 10th. Interesting. Consumer Price Index. It gives us information on inflation. Why is it going down? I don't understand. Well, because it went up. Mm, a little bit. There's a chance we could break to the upside. Yeah, very bullish, Tim. Tomorrow's also T+2 from all those fucking $200 puts they bought last week. Remember last Friday when they bought that shitload of $200 puts? Tomorrow's the T+2 for that. So if them having to cover wasn't enough pressure, we'll have to tack that onto it as well. No, it looks like we're bouncing a little bit. I mean, we'll probably just drift out into close here. They could have covered today, though, right? They could have, but I don't think they did. Not based on the price action and all the in the money calls. I would say a lot of today's price action was like on the long side. And actually, we know that they could cover all the way into like Wednesday morning, because they've pulled that stunt before. But now the price is kind of at a point where if they start, if they jump the price $10 right now, it could just take off. Did you learn a lot from this whole experience? For the few trades that I've done in the last couple of months, I would say that the way I analyze stocks has changed pretty significantly. For the better, I think. I went on a pretty hot run there for a while. And that was cool. And I do feel like that's tied into what I've done on GameStop. Hot runs, so hot right now. I mean, I don't know how many billionaires were killing it, but between Activision and AMD and all those, like, a shitload of money was on the table. How your trading approach has changed? I think I do. I probably like change. I change the timing on my breakouts now a little more when I'm doing TA. I dive a little deeper into my like fundamental analysis on stocks I'm looking at. I'd say my research into each position is more extensive than it had been in the past. But a lot of that could have just been my standard trading games, but I've been playing options instead because of the stream. And so like, you know, if I were to make 10% on a day trade, instead now I make 100 because I'm using options. Indeed, I made several monies on those trades. All I managed to do is invest in Jamie and lose a girlfriend. It doesn't sound like a loss. Will you be a millionaire if the price hits $1,000 a share? I mean, just my current options position, if GME hits 350, I'll have more than $1 million. I have 80 contracts right now. Which represents 8,000 shares of GameStop. So if we run from this to 350, that's $150 intrinsic value per contract plus IV spikes. Give or take. It's just like rough, but I do have exchanged currency. As a holder of 240-ish contracts, I would also like to see 350 this week. Draw your lines higher on the chart tomorrow. That's not how this works. It looks like we're going to have like a decent close. What do you anticipate for after hours? I mean, any of the after hours this week could be pretty spicy. Traditionally, before we have a hard run, we spike in after hours. So we'll see what happens. I'm perfectly happy with a 6.5% gain for the day, though. Kind of reminds me of something, doesn't it? You guys remember the 6.4% a day? I do. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Those were the days. What does Pepperidge Farm remembers mean? It's from a commercial. Oh, so like during the last run up in July, there was a point at which I like averaged out the percent gain per day over the cycle, and it was like 6.5% growth a day. Pittridge Farms. I said Pepperidge. Pepperidge. This is 6'3" male. 6.4% a day is nice. It's an average. Some days are higher, some days are lower, but that was the growth rate in the last cycle. Wouldn't 6.5% have been in May? No, it was June and July. Good day. Have good days with our pickler friends. Thanks to you, to those who are here and are going. We are see you tomorrow. Have a great day to friends here. Best regards, Sunsheet. Best wishes to you there in New Delhi. You inspire us all. Sanjeev for mod. 205 cc. Fuck you, Moonwind. You greedy son of a bitch. If you sold a 205 weekly right now, you're gonna get you could get assigned in the morning. That's super risky. Why did you say July was close to MOASS? June. June was close to MOASS. The run up in June. On 6.10, 6.9. That's when we peaked. We actually peaked on 6.8, I think. Can sell a put without secured cash. I mean, it is always a bit closer, but there are definitely times when it is a higher likelihood. This is one of those times. 6.8 high, 344 and some change. Yeah, looks like we're gonna close out the day. Almost. Oh wait, hold on. We could actually close out the day up 6.69%. That would be amazing. How did you exit options around June 9th for the sake of knowledge? Oh, I just sold them. I sold them at the rejection at I think I didn't fill until we hit 330, but I sold them when we kind of bounced off 6.82. I'll take it. Up almost $13 to the day. Closing price at 203.40. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in today. For all of you new members, don't forget to hit me up on the Discord so I can add you to the Dillionaires Country Club if you became a Dillionaire. Thank you all, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.